And I Learned About Women by Earl J. Cullen, from Smart Set Magazine, June 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. And I Learned About Women by Earl G. Cullen. Ethel was different, quite different. She used poor grammar and chewed gum. One evening was enough. I left before the dance was half over. Never, never, never will I have another blind date. Ethel meant well, but she was sadly misinformed. All her remarks started with, "Say, listen, kiddo." She was terrible. But then came Evelyn. Evelyn was a keen number, everybody said, so I agreed with them. I was enormously pleased with her. She dressed like Irene Castle and danced better. She never lost her temper, and was always jolly and companionable. Oh, yes, she was ideal except for one fault, one monstrous fault. She was an awful gold-digger. Little Evelyn knew more ways to spend money than any two girls extant. She knew the telephone number of every cab company and its branches in the city of Chicago. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew them in New York and Boston, too. She was acquainted with all the better places to eat and dance. The better they were, the more expensive they were. Evelyn was always hungry. Her appetite was enormous. Evelyn was a very nice girl. Very nice, indeed, for a millionaire. I received her wedding announcement the other day. She married a plumber. Marjorie was not pretty, nor was she attractive. She was beautiful, however. I think she was the natural reaction from Evelyn. She seemed comfortably old-fashioned and modest. She was really too good for me. I never did quite reach her level. I gave up trying in sheer boredom. Marjorie always seemed about to fall apart and break or something. She was too frail and saintly. Oh, she was sweet and pleasant enough, at least until she fainted dead away watching an exciting movie. That was a dirty trick. I don't like girls who faint on such a flimsy excuse. Now, Florence was not like that. She was very well built, rather athletic-looking, and quite healthy. She was also beautiful, although in a different sort of way, being attractive at the same time. She, too, had one fault. She was dumb. Beautiful, but dumb. A perfect example of the type. That girl's head must have been a blank, a perfect vacuum, a total loss. She had one or two stock phrases, which she shuffled about and handed out as her line. As a conversationalist, she was absolute zero. I always felt worn out from my oratorical efforts whenever I went out with her. It was like trying to talk to a house full of empty seats. Maybe in her native habitat she talks herself out. She is a telephone girl. I really liked Frances. She was a peach. Good-looking, good dancer, intelligent, full of fun, yet the soul of propriety. She fulfilled every conceivable expectation. She was one in a million. She had no faults. You could take her anywhere, and she would fit perfectly. She was modest and unassuming, and yet a girl you'd be likely to notice in a crowd. She never traveled in fast company, yet she was not a reformer. She never smoked. She didn't tell risque stories. She was perfect. Yesterday, she was arrested for bootlegging. The end of and I Learned About Women by Earl G. Coolin.
A Dog's Tale by Mark Twain. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia Morales. A Dog's Tale. Chapter 1. My father was a St. Bernard. My mother was a collie, but I am a Presbyterian. This is what my mother told me. I do not know these nice distinctions myself. To me, they are only fine large words meaning nothing. My mother had a fondness for such. She liked to say them, and see other dogs look surprised and envious, as wondering how she got so much education. But, indeed, it was not real education. It was only show. She got the words by listening in the dining room and drawing room when there was company, and by going with the children to Sunday school and listening there. And whenever she heard a large word, she said it over to herself many times, and so was able to keep it until there was a dogmatic gathering in the neighborhood. Then she would get it off and surprise and distress them all, from pocket pup to mastiff, which rewarded her for all her trouble. If there was a stranger, he was nearly sure to be suspicious, and when he got his breath again, he would ask her what it meant. And she always told him. He was never expecting this, but thought he would catch her, so when she told him, he was the one that looked ashamed, whereas he had thought it was going to be she. The others were always waiting for this, and glad of it and proud of her, for they knew what was going to happen, because they had had experience. When she told the meaning of a big word, they were all so taken up with admiration that it never occurred to any dog to doubt if it was the right one. And that was natural, because for one thing, she answered up so promptly that it seemed like a dictionary speaking, and for another thing, where could they find out whether it was right or not? For she was the only cultivated dog there was. By and by, when I was older, she brought home the word unintellectual one time, and worked it pretty hard all the week at different gatherings, making much unhappiness and despondency. And it was at this time that I noticed that during that week she was asked for the meaning at 8 different assemblages, and flashed out a fresh definition every time, which showed me that she had more presence of mind than culture, though I said nothing, of course. She had one word which she always kept on hand, and ready like a life-preserver, a kind of emergency word to strap on when she was likely to get washed overboard in a sudden way. That was a word synonymous. When she happened to fetch out a long word, which had had its day weeks before, and its prepared meanings gone to her dump pile, if there was a stranger there, of course, it knocked him groggy for a couple of minutes. Then he would come to, and by that time she would be away downwind on another tack, and not expecting anything. So when he'd hail and ask her to cash in, I, the only dog on the inside of her game, could see her canvas flicker a moment, but only just a moment. Then it would belly out, taut and full, and she would say, as calm as a summer's day, "It's synonymous with supererogation," or some godless long reptile of a word like that, and go placidly about and skim away on the next tack, perfectly comfortable, you know, and leave that stranger looking profane and embarrassed, and the initiated slatting the floor with their tails in unison, and their faces transfigured with a holy joy. And it was the same with phrases. She would drag home a whole phrase, if it had a grand sound, and play it 6 nights and 2 matinees, and explain it a new way every time, which she had to, for all she cared for was a phrase. She wasn't interested in what it meant, and knew those dogs hadn't wit enough to catch her anyway. Yes, she was a daisy. She got so she wasn't afraid of anything. She had such confidence in the ignorance of those creatures. She even brought anecdotes that she had heard the family and the dinner guests laugh and shout over, and as a rule she got the nub of one chestnut hitched onto another chestnut where, of course, it didn't fit and hadn't any point. And when she delivered the nub, she fell over and rolled on the floor and laughed and barked in the most insane way, while I could see that she was wondering to herself why it didn't seem as funny as it did when she first heard it. But no harm was done. The others rolled and barked too, privately ashamed of themselves for not seeing the point, and never suspecting that the fault was not with them, and there wasn't any to see. You can see by these things that she was of a rather vain and frivolous character. Still, she had virtues, and enough to make up, I think. She had a kind heart and gentle ways, and never harbored resentments for injuries done her, but put them easily out of her mind and forgot them. And she taught her children her kindly way, and from her we learned also to be brave and prompt in time of danger, and not to run away, but face the peril that threatened friend or stranger, and help him the best we could without stopping to think what the cost might be to us. And she taught us not by words only, but by example, and that is the best way and the surest and the most lasting. Why? The brave things she did, the splendid things. She was just a soldier and so modest about it. Well, you couldn't help admiring her, and you couldn't help imitating her. Not even a King Charles spaniel could remain entirely despicable in her society. So, as you see, there was more to her than her education. Chapter 2. When I was well grown at last, I was sold and taken away, and I never saw her again. She was broken-hearted, and so was I, and we cried. But she comforted me as well as she could, and said we were sent into this world for a wise and good purpose, and must do our duties without repining, take our life as we might find it, live it for the best good of others, and never mind about the results. They were not our affair. She said men who did like this would have a noble and beautiful reward by and by in another world, and although we animals would not go there, to do well and right without reward would give to our brief lives a worthiness and dignity which in itself would be a reward. She had gathered these things from time to time when she had gone to the Sunday school with the children, and had laid them up in her memory more carefully than she had done with those other words and phrases, and she had studied them deeply for her good and ours. One may see by this that she had a wise and thoughtful head, for all there was so much lightness and vanity in it. So we said our farewells, and looked our last upon each other through our tears, and the last thing she said, keeping it for the last to make me remember it the better, I think, was, in memory of me, when there's a time of danger to another, do not think of yourself. Think of your mother and do as she would do. Do you think I could forget that? No. Chapter 3. It was such a charming home, my new one, a fine great house with pictures and delicate decorations and rich furniture and no gloom anywhere, but all the wilderness of dainty colors lit up with flooding sunshine, and the spacious grounds around it, and the great garden, oh, greensward, and noble trees, and flowers, no end. And I was the same as a member of the family, and they loved me and petted me, and did not give me a new name, but called me by my old one that was dear to me, because my mother had given it me, Aileen Mavourneen. She got it out of a song, and the Grays knew that song, and said it was a beautiful name. Mrs. Gray was 30, and so sweet and so lovely, you cannot imagine it. And Sadie was 10, and just like her mother, just a darling, slender little copy of her, with auburn tails down her back and short frocks. And the baby was a year old, and plump and dimpled, and fond of me, and never could get enough of hauling on my tail, and hugging me and laughing out its innocent happiness. And Mr. Gray was 38, and tall and slender and handsome, a little bald in front, alert, quick in his movements, businesslike, prompt, decided, unsentimental, and with that kind of trim, chiseled face that just seems to glint and sparkle with frosty intellectuality. He was a renowned scientist. I do not know what the word means, but my mother would know how to use it and get effects. She would know how to depress a rat terrier with it and make a lap dog look sorry he came. But that is not the best one. The best one was laboratory. My mother could organize a trust on that one that would skin the tax collars off the whole herd. The laboratory was not a book or a picture or a place to wash your hands in, as the college president's dog said. No, that is the lavatory. The laboratory is quite different and is filled with jars and bottles and electrics and wires and strange machines. And every week other scientists came there and sat in the place and used the machines and discussed and made what they called experiments and discoveries. And often I came too and stood around and listened and tried to learn for the sake of my mother and in loving memory of her, although it was a pain to me, as realizing what she was losing out of her life and I gaining nothing at all. For try as I might, I was never able to make anything out of it at all. Other times I lay on the floor in the mistress's workroom and slept, she gently using me for a footstool, knowing it pleased me, for it was a caress. Other times I spent an hour in the nursery and got well tousled and made happy. Other times I watched by the crib there when the baby was asleep and the nurse out for a few minutes on the baby's affairs. Other times I romped and raced through the grounds and the garden with Sadie till we were tired out, then slumbered on the grass in the shade of a tree while she read her book. Other times I went visiting among the neighbor dogs, for there were some most pleasant ones not far away, and one very handsome and courteous and graceful one, a curly-haired Irish setter by the name of Robin Adair, who was a Presbyterian like me and belonged to the Scotch minister. The servants in our house were all kind to me and were fond of me, and so, as you see, mine was a pleasant life. There could not be a happier dog that I was, nor a gratefuller one. I will say this for myself, for it is only the truth. I tried in all ways to do well and right, and honor my mother's memory and her teachings, and earn the happiness that had come to me as best I could. By and by came my little puppy, and then my cup was full. My happiness was perfect. It was a dearest little waddling thing, and so smooth and soft and velvety, and had such cunning little awkward paws, and such affectionate eyes, and such a sweet and innocent face, and it made me so proud to see how the children and their mother adored it, and fondled it, and exclaimed over every little wonderful thing it did. It did seem to me that life was just too lovely too. Then came the winter. One day I was standing a watch in the nursery. That is to say, I was asleep on the bed. The baby was asleep in the crib, which was alongside the bed, on the side next the fireplace. It was a kind of crib that has a lofty tent over it, made of gauzy stuff that you can see through. The nurse was out, and we two sleepers were alone. A spark from the wood fire was shot out, and it lit on the slope of the tent. I suppose a quiet interval followed, then a scream from the baby awoke me, and there was that tent flaming up toward the ceiling. Before I could think, I sprang to the floor in my fright, and in a second was halfway to the door. But in the next half second my mother's farewell was sounding in my ears, and I was back on the bed again. I reached my head through the flames and dragged the baby out by the waistband, and tugged it along, and we fell to the floor together in a cloud of smoke. I snatched a new hold and dragged the screaming little creature along and out at the door and around the bend of the hall, and was still tugging away, all excited and happy and proud, when the master's voice shouted, "Begone, you cursed beast!" And I jumped to save myself, but he was furiously quick and chased me up, striking furiously at me with his cane. I dodging this way and that in terror, and at last a strong blow fell upon my left foreleg, which made me shriek and fall, for the moment helpless. The cane went up for another blow, but never descended, for the nurse's voice rang wildly out, "The nursery's on fire!" And the master rushed away in that direction, and my other bones were saved. The pain was cruel, but no matter. I must not lose any time. He might come back at any moment. So I limped on 3 legs to the other end of the hall, where there was a dark little stairway leading up into a garret where old boxes and such things were kept, as I had heard say, and where people seldom went. I managed to climb up there. Then I searched my way through the dark among the piles of things, and hid in the secretest place I could find. It was foolish to be afraid there, yet still I was. So afraid that I held in and hardly even whimpered, though it would have been such a comfort to whimper, because that eases the pain, you know. But I could lick my leg, and that did some good. For half an hour there was a commotion downstairs, and shoutings, and rushing footsteps, and then there was quiet again. Quiet for some minutes, and that was grateful to my spirit, for then my fears began to go down, and fears are worse than pains, oh, much worse. Then came a sound that froze me. They were calling me by name, hunting for me. It was muffled by distance, but that could not take the terror out of it, and it was the most dreadful sound to me that I had ever heard. It went all about, everywhere, down there, along the halls, through all the rooms, in both stories, and in the basement and the cellar, then outside, and farther away, then back, and all about the house again, and I thought it would never stop. But at last it did, hours and hours after the vague twilight of the garret had long ago been blotted out by black darkness. Then, in that blessed stillness, my terrors fell little by little away, and I was at peace and slept. It was a good rest I had, but I woke before the twilight had come again. I was feeling fairly comfortable, and I could think out a plan now. I made a very good one, which was to creep down, all the way down the back stairs, and hide behind the cellar door, and slip out and escape when the iceman came at dawn, while he was inside filling the refrigerator. Then I would hide all day and start on my journey when night came. My journey to, well, anywhere where they would not know me and betray me to the master. I was feeling almost cheerful now. Then suddenly I thought, why, what would life be without my puppy? That was despair. There was no plan for me. I saw that. I must stay where I was, stay and wait and take what might come. It was not my affair. That was what life is. My mother had said it. Then the calling began again. All my sorrows came back. I said to myself, the master will never forgive. I did not know what I had done to make him so bitter and so unforgiving, yet I judged it was something a dog could not understand, but which was clear to a man and dreadful. They called and called, days and nights, it seemed to me, so long that the hunger and thirst near drove me mad, and I recognized that I was getting very weak. When you are this way, you sleep a great deal, and I did. Once I woke in an awful fright. It seemed to me that the calling was right there in the garret, and so it was. It was Sadie's voice, and she was crying. My name was falling from her lips all broken, poor thing, and I could not believe my ears for the joy of it when I heard her say, "Come back to us, oh come back to us and forgive. It is all so sad without our—" I broke in with such a grateful little yelp, and the next moment Sadie was plunging and stumbling through the darkness and the lumber and shouting for the family to hear. "She's found! She's found!" The days that followed, well, they were wonderful. The mother and Sadie and the servants. Why? They just seemed to worship me. They couldn't seem to make me a bed that was fine enough. And as for food, they couldn't be satisfied with anything but game and delicacies that were out of season. And every day the friends and neighbors flocked in to hear about my heroism. That was the name they called it by, and it means agriculture. I remember my mother pulling it on a kennel once, and explaining it in that way, but didn't say what agriculture was, except that it was synonymous with intramural incandescence. And a dozen times a day, Mrs. Gray and Sadie would tell the tale to newcomers and say I risked my life to save the babies. And both of us had burns to prove it. And then the company would pass me around and pet me and exclaim about me, and you could see the pride in the eyes of Sadie and her mother. And when the people wanted to know what made me limp, they looked ashamed and changed the subject. And sometimes when people hunted them this way and that way with questions about it, it looked to me as if they were going to cry. And this was not all the glory. No, the master's friends came, a whole 20 of the most distinguished people, and had me in the laboratory, and discussed me as if I was a kind of discovery. And some of them said it was wonderful in a dumb beast, the finest exhibition of instinct they could call to mind. But the master said with vehemence, "It's far above instinct, it's reason, and many a man privileged to be saved and go with you and me to a better world by right of its possession, has less of it than this poor silly quadruped that's foreordained to perish." And then he laughed and said, "Why, look at me, I'm a sarcasm. Bless you with all my grand intelligence. The only thing I inferred was that the dog had gone mad and was destroying the child, whereas but for the beast's intelligence, its reason, I tell you, the child would have perished." They disputed and disputed, and I was the very center of subject of it all. And I wished my mother could know that this grand honor had come to me. It would have made her proud. Then they discussed optics, as they called it, and whether a certain injury to the brain would produce blindness or not. But they could not agree about it, and said they must test it by experiment by and by. And next they discussed plants, and that interested me, because in the summer Sadie and I had planted seeds. I helped her dig the holes, you know, and after days and days a little shrub or a flower came up there, and it was a wonder how that could happen. But it did, and I wished I could talk. I would have told those people about it, and shown then how much I knew, and been all alive with the subject. But I didn't care for the optics. It was dull, and when they came back to it again, it bored me, and I went to sleep. Pretty soon it was spring, and sunny and pleasant and lovely, and the sweet mother and the children patted me and the puppy goodbye, and went away on a journey and a visit to their kin. And the master wasn't any company for us, but we played together and had good times, and the servants were kind and friendly, so we got along quite happily and counted the days and waited for the family. And one day those men came again and said, "Now for the test," and they took the puppy to the laboratory, and I limped three-leggedly along too, feeling proud, for any attention shown to the puppy was a pleasure to me, of course. They discussed and experimented, and then suddenly the puppy shrieked, and they set him on the floor, and he went staggering around, with his head all bloody, and the master clapped his hands and shouted, "There, I've won, confess it, he's as blind as a bat." And they all said, "It's so! You've proved your theory, and suffering humanity owes you a great debt from henceforth." And they crowded around him and wrung his hand cordially and thankfully and praised him. But I hardly saw or heard these things, for I ran at once to my little darling, and snuggled close to it where it lay, and licked the blood, and it put its head against mine, whimpering softly, and I knew in my heart it was a comfort to it in its pain and trouble to feel its mother's touch, though it could not see me. Then it dropped down presently, and its little velvet nose rested upon the floor, and it was still and did not move any more. Soon the master stopped discussing a moment, and rang in the footman and said, "Bury it in the far corner of the garden," and then went on with the discussion, and I trotted after the footman, very happy and grateful, for I knew the puppy was out of its pain now, because it was asleep. We went far down the garden to the farthest end, where the children and the nurse and the puppy and I used to play in the summer in the shade of a great elm. And there the footman dug a hole, and I saw he was going to plant the puppy, and I was glad, because it would grow and come up a fine handsome dog, like Robin Adair, and be a beautiful surprise for the family when they came home. So I tried to help him dig, but my lame leg was no good, being stiff, and you have to have two or it is no use. When the footman had finished and covered little Robin up, he patted my head, and there were tears in his eyes, and he said, "Poor little doggy, you saved his child." I have watched 2 whole weeks, and he doesn't come up. This last week a fright has been stealing upon me. I think there is something terrible about this. I do not know what it is, but the fear makes me sick, and I cannot eat, though the servants bring me the best of food, and they pet me so, and even come in the night and cry and say, "Poor doggy, do give it up and come home. Don't break our hearts." And all this terrifies me the more, and makes me sure something has happened, and I am so weak. Since yesterday I cannot stand on my feet any more. And within this hour the servants, looking toward the sun, where it was sinking out of sight and the night chill coming on, said things I could not understand, but they carried something cold to my heart. Those poor creatures, they do not suspect. They will come home in the morning and eagerly ask for the little doggy that did the brave deed. And who of us will be strong enough to say the truth to them? The humble little friend is gone, where go the beasts that perish. End of A Dog's Tale.
An Imperial Message by Franz Kafka, translated from the German by Ian Johnston. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yesby Yee. An Imperial Message. The Emperor, so they say, has sent a message directly from his deathbed to you alone, his pathetic subject, a tiny shadow which has taken refuge at the furthest distance from the imperial sun. He ordered the herald to kneel down beside his deathbed and whispered the message to him. He thought it was so important that he had the herald repeat it back to him. He confirmed the accuracy of the verbal message by nodding his head. And in front of the entire crowd of those who have come to witness his death, all the obstructing walls have been broken down, and all the great ones of his empire are standing in a circle on the broad and high-soaring flights of stairs. In front of all of them he dispatched his herald. The messenger started off at once, a powerful, tireless man. Sticking one arm out and then another, he makes his way through the crowd. If he runs into resistance, he points to his breast where there is a sign of the sun. So he moves forward easily, unlike anyone else. But the crowd is so huge. Its dwelling places are infinite. If there were an open field, how he would fly along, and soon you would hear the marvelous pounding of his fist on your door. But instead of that, how futile are all his efforts. He is still forcing his way through the private rooms of the innermost palace. He will never win his way through. And if he did manage that, nothing would have been achieved. He would have to fight his way down the steps, and if he managed to do that, nothing would have been achieved. He would have to stride through the courtyards, and after the courtyards, the second palace encircling the first, and then again, stairs and courtyards, and then, once again, a palace, and so on for thousands of years. And if he finally did burst through the outermost door, but that can never happen, the royal capital city, the center of the world, is still there in front of him, piled high and full of sediment. No one pushes his way through here, certainly not with a message from a dead man. But you sit at your window and dream to yourself of that message when evening comes. End of story.
Boomerang Bill by Jack Boyle. From Cosmopolitan, December 1920. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Boomerang Bill by Jack Boyle. In San Francisco's Plymouth Square, east and west rub shoulders on a thumbnail patch of neutral territory that, racially, is no man's land. Above the tiny park, within a block, lies Chinatown, a transplanted bit of the Orient, an alien city of queer, pungent odors, of slippered feet that move soundlessly, of shy, yellow faces that peer furtively from the high windows, barred and curtained. A city that exhales an atmosphere of mystery, well kept from the white man's eyes. Below Plymouth Square, and within a block of it, lies Kearny Street, the Occidental, a busy thoroughfare ahum with the turmoil of the white man's business, done in the white man's way. But in Plymouth Square, east and west meet and mingle on the benches that line the gravelled walks, and exchange curious, half-suspicious glances. Into the park, from the Oriental's domain, came a white man, or what once had been a white man. Shabby clothes flapped grotesquely about his shriveled body. The contaminating mark of the East betrayed itself in his shuffling gait, and in the waxy pallor of his face, and in his eyes, which were those of a man who had slipped grievously on life's road, and then by chance found a compensating substitute for all that the world holds good and worthwhile. From a strap across his shoulders hung a tray filled with shoelaces, pencils, and the trashy wares of the street peddler, become more than half merchant. At his side trudged a child, a tiny Chinese girl, who clung to his hand and looked into his face with hero-worshipping eyes set aslant as she clattered volubly in the jargon of her race. At the heels of the two followed a black and yellow mongrel dog, which looked up at them now and then, always with loving, hero-worshipping eyes, and would have chattered too, if it could. "Boomerang Bill!" exclaimed a well-dressed youth, nudging the arm of Boston Blackie, who sat beside him on the park bench. "Poor, broken-down old bum, peddling pencils for a jitney a throw. I hear he lives in I.U.'s old den in the alley, along with the Chink's little girl and the yellow dog since the old man died. Bill looks like he's turned half Chink himself, doesn't he? They say he was once a real crook. Lord, they must have broke his nerve right over at Quentin Prison to have brought him to this. Did you know him in the old days when he was all white, Blackie?" Did I know him? As Boston Blackie repeated the question, reel after reel of swiftly moving pictures unfolded before him. The characters in them lived and moved and spoke again as once, in reality, they had lived, moved, spoken, and loved. And this is the resurrected drama of the past that was relived in Boston Blackie's memory as he paused after the question. Boomerang Bill's social debut in San Francisco was superlatively auspicious, or supremely unfortunate, according to the viewpoint. But none could deny that it was spectacular. A stranger in town, he was sauntering along Hayes Street one evening during that bygone period of the city's history when bright lights burned brightest just before sunup, and prohibition was a mythical killjoy. Bill was lonely, a stranger in an unfriendly land, longing for familiar faces and squalid turmoil of New York's East Side, from which he was an exile. The melancholy wanderer's nostalgia was interrupted by strains of dance music, the blatantly syncopated sort of strange to which he was used on Saturday nights in his district Tammany Club. Bill's eyes rose longingly to the second-story windows of the dance hall, ablaze with lights and gay with cotton bunting. Below the hall was a saloon. That, too, suggested home to Bill. Over the doorway was a huge sign on which he read, Hayes Valley Democratic Club. I'm a Tammany Democrat, and all Democrats, east or west, are brothers. I'll step inside and give me Frisco pals and their girls the 00, decided Bill. He bought a ticket, climbed the stairs, entered the hall, and found himself at once the object of 200 pairs of curious eyes. 60 seconds convinced Boomerang Bill of the utter fallacy of his theory of the universal brotherhood of Democrats. Unconcealed hostility, innate as a dog's at first sight of a canine stranger, met Bill's gaze from 20 masculine eyes as he slowly and nonchalantly surveyed the room, a box barrage of quick, half-shielded, feminine glances betrayed excited interest, wonder, and suppressed admiration for the bold stranger who had appeared, uninvited and unexplained, in the stronghold of Larry McQuade's Boo Gang. Besides, Bill was good to look upon, thick of chest, heavy of hand, and bold and unfearing of eye. He was one in whom each feminine appraiser in the room recognized a potential knight whose chosen steed would never lack a protecting fist when one was needed. Bill read the divided verdict he faced as clearly as if it had been spoken. His spirits rose, and, unobtrusively, he tightened his belt. Not seeking trouble, he was, nevertheless prepared for it. For the first time since he had become an exile from the East Side, he felt at home. The dance came to an end, and then instantly a pair of provocative black eyes precipitated the inevitable battle, gave Bill his name, and won him lasting Hayes Valley celebrity. Naturally, the eyes were those of a girl. With deliberate purpose, she smiled at Bill as her partner seated her on the bench encircling the hall. All the perverse impishness of a born mischief-maker lay behind that smile. Bill smiled back, but made no move. The girl's scowling courtier asked for the next dance. "I've promised it," she answered, loud enough for Bill to overhear, and again her 2 red lips parted alluringly in the direction of his corner. The music began, leaving her the one girl in the hall not dancing. Once again she looked toward Bill, and the look was both an invitation and a challenge. "I dare you," it said. Bill accepted the challenge without illusions. He was not anxious to fight, and even less anxious to dance. But a dare is a dare, and the reputation of the East Side rested on his shoulders. "May I have the pleasure?" he mumbled perfunctorily, crossing over to the side of the temptress. With a mocking smile towards her enraged escort, the girl slipped into Bill's arms, and then began the dance, which led, by a long and devious trail, to old I.U.'s den in Chinatown. Bill was a gruff and ungracious partner. He knew that the last strains of the music meant instant battle without quarter, in which he would be 1 against 100. Man after man bumped into Bill, who returned bump for bump imperturbably as his eyes roamed the hall and appraised its strategic possibilities for the unequal conflict to follow. At last, in a corner near the stairway, he found what he sought. The music stopped. The girls flocked precipitately to far corners of the hall. Bill escorted his partner to her seat. "Thanks for the chance to do to your man what he ought to do to you," he said, and backed into the corner near the doorway, from which he faced a narrowing circle of Boo Gang warriors. The swarthy youth, whose proprietary rights to the black-eyed enchantress had been so wantonly ignored, crossed to the corner where Bill lounged, seemingly at ease. "Why don't you learn to step before you ask a lady on the floor, you big hick?" he demanded. The crowd behind him edged forward, shutting off escape by the stairway. Bill eyed his antagonist calmly, and with mock surprise. "Step? Me? This is the way the Tammany Democrats step in little old New York." With the speed of a striking python, Bill's right hand shot out as he spoke, and caught the challenger by the throat in a vice-like grip. The crowd surged toward him. With his left hand, he reached behind him and turned off the electric light switch. Then, bedlam. Cries, groans, and curses intermingled. One of the big front windows crashed to bits as a man was hurled bodily through it. He struck the first-floor awning and bounced off to the sidewalk. In the hall, the combat raged furiously. The advantage lay with Bill, notwithstanding the odds against him, for in darkness, where he had no friends, he could strike free-handed without fear of hitting one. The rest were handicapped by the necessity of locating the one enemy among 100 allies. Finally, someone found the electric switch, and the hall again was flooded with light. It revealed the Hayes Valley Democratic Club dance as a gory spectacle. Half a dozen men were on the floor. A dozen others were mopping bleeding lips and eyes already discolored by the dark hues of defeat. Bill was gone. "He's beat it, the lucky stiff!" cried someone, as the uninjured helped the casualties to tottering feet. "Where's Tony the Wop?" demanded another of the groaning and maimed fighters. "His girl started this muss." "That new guy throwed him through the window, clean through into the street," answered an excited feminine voice. A bruised and badly disheveled Tony staggered up the stairs. In an instant, the dark-eyed one, whose faithlessness had furnished the causa belli, was at his side, whispering soothing endearments as she gave first aid to his wounds, with the skill that bespoke previous experience. "Some scrapper, that bird," suggested one whose collar was missing and whose coat hung in tatters about his waist. "He packs a Jim Jeffers in both coat sleeves, I'll say." "And I'll say I'll get him, and get him right, if he stays in Frisco," added Tony the Wop. The excited babble of voices died out suddenly. All eyes turned toward the doorway. In it stood Bill, disheveled, but his eyes aglow with the joyous battle light. "Here I am," he challenged. "Who's next? I'm 50th Street Bill of the Smoky Hogan Gang from New York. Any gent that's curious about the rest of me history can step up and get it gratis." The effrontery of the lone stranger's reappearance stunned the crowd into inaction. No one moved. Once, twice, Bill's eyes ranged the hushed circle he faced. Then, with a smile of conscious victory, he slowly backed down the stairway. Still bathing the battered face of Tony the Wop, the dark-eyed girl smiled again over her shoulder with wanton mischief into the face of the slowly retreating gladiator. They never saw each other again. The Boo Gang stalwarts appreciated valor, even in an enemy. "50th Street Bill," ejaculated one in frank admiration. "That ain't no name for that guy. The harder you hit him, the quicker he comes back. Boomerang Bill had ought to be his name." Thenceforth, 50th Street Bill of New York became Boomerang Bill of San Francisco. What fate's three capricious spinners began at the Hayes Valley Club dance, through the aid of a tantalizing pair of black eyes, they continued just in front of Sam's Place, Quick Eats, with the aid of a damp match, and an unlit cigar. Within a week of Boomerang Bill's tempestuous evening with his Democratic brothers, he found himself heartily tired of San Francisco and longing only, as much as he could long, for the familiar haunts and faces of the East Side streets that were home to him. It was while he was dining, solitary and lugubrious, in Sam's place, that he decided a return to the tenement blocks of his dreams was worth its risk. "I'll grab a rattler tonight," he decided, thrilling with the joy of immediate action. "If them Pinkertons still want to pin me, let 'em. I'll take me chances, and I'll pack my keister and blow. This burg ought to be decorated with crepe." Bill finished his dinner hurriedly, bought a cigar as he paid his check, and stepped into the street, unconsciously humming Tammany's rallying song. Then he produced his last match, a damp one, to light his cigar. The match fizzed, sputtered, but failed to ignite. He turned back into the restaurant for another one, walked over to the tiny cage behind whose brass railings the restaurant cashier sat. "Slip me a bit of fire, will you?" As he looked up, quick perception stifled the carelessly familiar kiddo which had been on his lips. Within a minute, the buxom Venus of the day shift to whom he had paid his check had disappeared. In her place was a girl whose gray-blue eyes, looking into his interrogatively, reminded him, though he did not know why, of the quaint old Irish fairy tale of helpless and lovely princesses with which he had been valiantly thrilled at his mother's knee. Slender and dainty and elfin, she seemed to him all a princess should be. "You wanted?" she asked. "A match, please, if you don't mind, Miss," stammered Boomerang Bill. She handed him a box and went on ringing up checks and making change. Boomerang Bill returned to his hotel and paid another week's room rent. He didn't even remember that he had intended to start forthwith for New York. That night he dreamed a fairy tale in which an elfin princess with gray-blue eyes cried out to him to rescue her from a man-dragon with the face of Tony the Wop. As he lounged about his room the next day, restless and dissatisfied, Boomerang Bill was frankly amazed at himself. He had made rough love to many girls of many kinds, but he prided himself on invulnerability against feminine wiles. But now, with an elfin face and the luring appeal of a pair of gray-blue eyes suddenly altering the course of his life, he found a new longing gradually taking definite form in the background of his imagination. It was for a cottage, vine-covered, with a tiny garden, gay, colored with blossoming flowers, while in the doorway there waited, for him, that someone so manifestly misplaced in the cashier's cage of Sam's place, Quick Eats. Boomerang Bill scowled angrily into his mirror. "I must be getting nutty," he ejaculated. "She is no girl for a crook." She wasn't, which, to those who can understand, explains why Bill, lifelong denizen of tenement slums, for the first time in his life envisioned a vine-covered cottage, and wondered how some men managed to earn an honest living. The truth is, though, that he would have denied it belligerently, that Boomerang Bill was a gangster and a hold-up man only because he had had but small chance to be anything else. Somewhere deep in his slum-dwarfed nature lay the hitherto dormant impulses of a homemaker and a home-lover, which had descended to him from ancestors who had loved and fought for their thatched cottages on the edge of Irish peat bogs, cottages poor in architecture but rich in the wealth of barefoot babies that played about their doors. Without in the least understanding, Bill felt this instinctive call with surprised exasperation. "That dame's getting on my nerves," he complained crossly. I'll stay away from that eating-house joint of hers." Having satisfied himself with this resolve, he went for a long walk, which ended in front of Sam's place at the precise moment at which the girl with the elfin face and strangely appealing eyes appeared in the cashier's cage. At once, Bill realized he was hungry. He went in for his dinner. 2 nights later, Annabel May returned from her work shortly after midnight to find her mother waiting for her, as usual, in the least bare of their 2 light housekeeping rooms. There was a new expression on the girl's face on this night, an expression that reflected a mind divided between troubled concern and welcome expectancy. "What's worrying you, daughter?" the wan face of her mother asked. "I was wondering," the girl replied, and paused. Then, "A man followed me home last night and again tonight. He keeps on the opposite side of the street, but I know he follows me. He's the one, I think, who eats at the restaurant twice an evening, and looks at me so strangely each time he pays his checks." "You must call a policeman." Mother, in alarm. "No, no, you misunderstand. He never looks at me like that," the daughter contradicted. "That's why I wondered." "Wondered what, child?" "Why he follows me at all." Being unable, or possibly unwilling, to answer her own question, and finding herself persistently followed each evening, Annabel May convinced herself that propriety, secretly abetted by curiosity, required that she ask it of Boomerang Bill himself. Crossing the street suddenly one night, as he followed on the opposite sidewalk, the girl faced Bill beneath the flare of a corner drugstore's lights. She had chosen the spot strategically, for, with womanly intuition, she wished to look into his face as she asked her question. Surprised in the midst of a wide-awake dream in which he was buying furniture with lordly prodigality for the vine-covered cottage, Boomerang Bill awkwardly dragged off his hat and stood before her as shamefacedly as a schoolboy interrupted in the act of writing his first love poem on a slate. "Why do you follow me home every evening?" demanded Annabel May, with a defensive hostility that is a woman's natural armor. Under the fixed stare of her eyes, which never left his face, Boomerang Bill was as helpless as a baby. He stammered, reddened until his face matched the fiery color of his hair, then wisely told the truth. Because I wanted, that is, I didn't want." Floundering hopelessly, the gunman dragged himself back to coherency with a mighty effort. "A bunch of those Boo Gang boys hang out around these corners, and I wanted to be close up in case any of 'em ever tried to get fresh when you're going home alone." As he explained, his big fist clenched unconsciously. Looking into his eyes, the girl's doubts, they had never been more than tiny ones, were removed. The rigid hostility of her face softened and vanished. It was just what she had hoped to hear, for 180 pounds of belligerently protective and reverentially respectful masculinity is the one sure remedy for the trying defenselessness that tests the courage of unsheltered girls like Annabel May. She smiled up at him, ingenuously delighted. "That's just what I hoped you would say," she exclaimed with a happy thoughtfulness, and then, realizing the extent of this admission, she turned hurriedly and recrossed the street, with Boomerang Bill by her side. They were before her door before either was aware of it. "Good night," said the girl, shyly offering her hand. "Good night," stammered Bill, squeezing it between 2 big but trembling paws. Had he known how such things were done, would have knelt and kissed the little fingers within his, as handsome and graceful heroes always did in the old-fashioned melodramas he loved. Not having the temerity to do this, he escaped into the darkness and pressed his own hand at the spot where hers had touched it to his lips. To this had a pair of gray-blue eyes so quickly reduced Boomerang Bill, one-time gunman of the New York slums. From that night, life for Boomerang Bill was divided into two parts, sharply and painfully. Before 4, when Annabelle May took charge of the restaurant cash register, he was just a big, honest-eyed Irish boy who chatted gaily with her tired-faced mother, answered the girl's every glance with shy, reverential eyes, and never guessed that the one easy chair in their shabby rooms was hardly more comfortable than the top of a fire hydrant. On some days, the red-letter ones, he and Annabelle May took long jaunts through Golden Gate Park, or to Ocean Beach, where they ate lunch among the rocks and, hand in hand, built queer make-believe houses in the sand like the carefree children they were for the moment. During these hours, Boomerang Bill the gunman simply did not exist. And then, at 4, when he surrendered his comrade to the cashier's cage at Sam's place, life, with all its sordid necessities, surged over him again, overwhelmingly demolishing the dreams of his better hours as the surf at high tide demolished the abandoned playhouses in the sand. After 4, in a word, Bill became again Boomerang Bill, a man exiled with reason from his hometown. As the weeks passed, however, and the daily comradeship with Annabelle May became more and more the one insistent demand of his nature, Bill discovered, with growing perplexity, that the pre-4 phase of his dual life was subtly overlapping and intermingling with the hitherto easy matter of keeping money in his pockets by the simple East Side expedient of finding someone who had it and taking it at the point of a gun muzzle. There had been a time when Boomerang Bill was a skillful and methodically careful worker at the trade chosen for him by his environment. Street piracy had been a remunerative, wholly easy, and pleasantly exciting employment. He found now, with honest perplexity, that days with Annabelle May, in which his first vague, shadowy dreams of a home gradually assumed form and substance, were a poor mental preparation for planning a drugstore hold-up by night, when he should have been studying a store's possibilities from the viewpoint of the industrious crook. He found his eyes and mind wandering involuntarily to the windows of some nearby furniture store which displayed the complete furnishings of a model 4-bedroom apartment, priced $300, pay as you please. Before he knew it, he would find himself window shopping for furniture with a zest that comes once in a lifetime to men and women who are fortunate, and never to those who are not. Also, Bill came to realize with shocked surprise that being a crook, his chiefest pride in the old East Side days, was rapidly becoming his bitterest regret. He hated to live a lie before the frank, credulous, urgently appealing eyes of Annabelle May, but to tell her the truth was to lose her. Of that he was sure. He had never feared the power of the law, but he did fear mightily the verdict he knew he would read in the girl's eyes if she ever learned the truth. Given time, those eyes would have turned Boomerang Bill from the easy but risky life of a bachelor crook to the harder but safer one of an honest man buying a home on the installment plan. But fate, who, when she chooses, always holds the highest trump, intervened, and did so at the beach. All day Annabelle May had been grave and strangely preoccupied. Raising himself suddenly from his sandy bed at her side, Boomerang Bill surprised on her face the haunted look of a friendless child confronting a new and terrifying danger. "Annabelle, what's wrong?" he cried in quick alarm. "Tell me, dear." There were tears and beseeching appeals in her eyes as she turned toward him. "Mother," she said. "Mother?" "Yes, the doctor was Yes, the doctor was at the house again today. He left her medication and said her cough will soon be better. Somehow, I felt that he didn't mean it. I went to his office before I met you and asked him to tell me the truth. He said—" Her lips trembled, and she made a gesture of utter, poignant hopelessness. "He said what, dearest?" Boomerang Bill was unconscious of the endearing term he had never until now dared to venture. "He said she will die soon if we stay here. The hot, dry climate of Arizona is the only hope. Both lungs are affected." Quite as unconsciously as he had called her dearest, Bill drew the girl into his arms, where she lay unresisting, sobbing against his shoulder. To Boomerang Bill, gangster, this was the first and happiest of 3 great moments he was to know in a lifetime. "Poor little girl! Poor little sweetheart!" he murmured comfortingly, stroking her hair with the big but gentle hand that surprised him by its temerity. "You and Mother shall start for the desert country at once," he promised her. "In a few months she'll be well, I'm sure of it. Don't cry, please, little one. There's nothing to trouble you now." "We can't. I may not be able to get work there, and we can't even afford the railway fare." "The money? That's easy," Bill contradicted. "I'll bring it to you tonight." Bill had forgotten, not that it would have made any difference if he had remembered, that he had changed his last $5 gold piece when he paid their fare to the beach. "No, you mustn't. I can't let you do that," she protested. For days, Boomerang Bill had been painfully muddling his brain in writing and memorizing a stiltedly eloquent proposal, upon which, when he dared, he intended to risk his hopes of happiness. Now, with Annabel May in his arms, he forgot what he had planned to say. "Annie, since the night I first saw you, I have loved you and wanted you always. You know that's God truth," he said gently. "If you care, if you'll marry me, we'll go to Arizona and make a home for Mother and ourselves." Boomerang Bill saw the shell-like color of the girl's cheek deepen. Her hand caught and held his. Boomerang Bill, taking that for his answer, was satisfied. Hours later, when Annabel May was back in her cashier's cage, and Bill was wandering the streets alone, with a happiness so great it awed him, he remembered that his entire supply of money consisted of less than $5. "I'll turn a trick tonight. A big one, and my last," he promised himself confidently. "In Arizona, I'm going to hit the square trail." Whereupon fate played another high trump. This time, a glance from a vindictive eye of Tony the Wop, who never had forgotten or forgiven the stranger who had humbled his Sicilian pride before the eyes of his lady love. "Damn New York Irisher!" he muttered vengefully, his wrath flaring into renewed hatred at the sight of the enemy as they passed on the street. "How does he get his dough, I wonder?" The thought suggested a brilliantly attractive possibility. Tony the Wop began a quick canvass of Hayes Valley resorts in search of Detective Sergeant Gatelli, his fellow countryman and friend. Boomerang Bill, once more the gunman, turned slowly in the direction of the neighborhood branch bank, which he knew would be open that evening. As he got out his revolver and fashioned a mask in his room that evening, having satisfied himself that the bank in question admirably suited his purpose, Bill realized, with perplexity, that he was as nervous as an amateur. He remembered that their last job notoriously is the jinx of all crooks. "It won't be mine," he promised himself, and knew as he spoke that his promise was unbacked by conviction. Boomerang Bill's warning premonition apparently belied itself. The holdup was accomplished with his old-time nerve, precision, and dispatch. It netted him a well-filled sack of gold and currency, more than he required. As Bill drove away in the car he had stolen for his escape, the touch of the coin sack swung beneath his armpit, thrilling him by its nearness, its sureness. It represented his power to give the girl he loved all she so desperately needed. Boomerang Bill was happier than he had believed any man could ever be. No disturbing qualms of conscience ruffled his utter contentment. Before him, and very near, was Annabel May, and a home, and a new life. As he abandoned the car on a side street and started homeward, Boomerang Bill was no longer Bill the experienced hold-up man, fresh from the robbery of a bank. Had he been, he would have avoided the streets in advance of the inevitable alarm, and hidden the damning evidence of guilt that hung beneath his arm. Also the equally damnable mask and revolver. Instead, following his thoughts, he turned straight toward Sam's place, happy in anticipation of what he would see in Annabel May's eyes when he slipped the money to her across the counter. Detective Sergeant Gatelli, who had been told but a few hours before by Tony the Wop that Boomerang Bill was worth watching, saw him enter the restaurant. He had just received a description of the bank robber. Bill filled it in every detail. "It isn't possible that I can be this lucky, but I'll find out mighty quick," the policeman decided. As the detective entered the restaurant, Bill, standing before the cashier's wicket, was in the act of drawing a sheaf of bills from his pocket. Gatelli tapped him on the shoulder. "I want a little talk with you outside," he said. Boomerang Bill's first surprised glance identified Gatelli as a police officer. Without a word or glance of recognition toward the wide-eyed, puzzled girl behind the cash register, Bill turned quickly, even eagerly, into the street, with the detective at his side. The possibilities of escape did not enter his mind. His one, all-dominating thought was that he must conceal his acquaintance with Annabel May, that he must protect her from the damning fact that he had been found in the act of sharing bank loot with her. "Live around here?" questioned the detective. "Yes." "Working?" "Not just now." With another perfunctory query on his lips, the detective spied a suspicious bulge beneath Bill's coat and whipped it back, revealing the bank's coin sack. In a second, the detective's gun was at Bill's breast. In another second, handcuffs were on his wrists. Annabel May was troubled and anxious when, for the first time, Bill was missing when she left her work. In the morning papers, she found the solution, and Boomerang Bill's picture. "Oh, how could he?" she cried, horrified. And then, with quick understanding, she added gently, "It was for me." Her natural horror at the discovery that the man she was to marry was in prison faded. In its stead, and born of a certainty that his love and her necessity were responsible, she found a new and greater tenderness for Boomerang Bill filled her heart, and irresistibly pleading his cause. Women are like that, sometimes. From his cell in the city prison, Boomerang Bill sent word to the detective chief that he was ready to plead guilty. The evidence against him was overwhelming. The quicker it was all over, the better. On the third day after his first great moment on the beach, Boomerang Bill had been sentenced to 10 years in San Quentin Penitentiary. Then Annabel May went to him. As he was led into the jail reception room, she sprang toward him. "If I had known, if I had guessed," she whispered brokenly as she clung to his arm, "you never would have done it. You were there because of me, because you care. Never, never can I forget that." The sudden joy of great and unexpected happiness lighted Boomerang Bill's face. "You don't hate me for what I did?" he whispered. "Hate you?" And looking into her eyes, Bill saw that he had won instead of lost her. "You will wait?" he asked humbly. I don't ask you to. I haven't the right to ask anything of you now. I haven't the right to hope for anything. But when you come back, you'll find me, waiting, the girl interrupted. Nothing and no one shall come between us. Then, if you'll give me now the only promise I shall ever ask of you, life will begin again for both of us. Promise me, dear, you'll never again, even for me, try to get money you haven't earned honestly. Never again, so help me God. The next day they took him to San Quentin Penitentiary. Each week brought him a letter from Annabel May. He reckoned time by the thickness of the packet he carried always in the pocket he'd sewn into the bosom of his prison shirt. Twice a month he answered her letters, answered them in haltingly worded, painfully misspelled epistles that were written straight out of the heart of the one-woman man who bared his innermost being on prison stationery for the eyes of the one woman. Boomerang Bill was almost happy during these months, for his mind lightly skipped the numbing monotony of the prison in its fixed intentness upon the future rich with promise. There were 50 of Annabel May's letters in Boomerang Bill's treasure packet on the day when the yard captain's runner silently slipped a pass to the visitors' reception room into his hands, as he worked with 1,000 others in the clanking turmoil of the cloth mill. The significance of the slip of paper fell upon him like a blow. Bill had made her promise never to visit the prison, and now she had come, for his visitor, he was sure, could be no one else. In the reception room he found Annabel May. She had come to him with outstretched hands and a cry of momentary joy that was stifled by the hopelessness of an indefinable something he read in her eyes. As on that other, so difficult day at the beach, he asked in alarm, "Annabel, what's wrong?" And, as she had at the beach, the girl answered, "Mother!" "No, not dead." Annabel May shook her head. "Not that, not quite that, but I know the doctor said it will be very soon unless I take her to Arizona at once. Now," she managed to say. With the half-uttered confident promise of aid on his lips, Boomerang Bill realized what he was and where. His eyes traveled to the guard lounging in the doorway, to the hideous striped clothes he wore, to the adamant prison wall just visible outside the windows. Each was a crushing reminder of the bondage in which he lived and must live for long years. The eager light in his eyes died as he covered his face with unsteady hands. "A worthless, blundering, half-witted fool. That's what I am, to be here like this when you need me," he cried, revealing the depths of his self-contempt with each word. "Annie, I'd give my life for the money you need, but I can't cash it in for a single dollar." Annabel May caught his hand in hers. "It isn't your fault, dear," she said. "You're in here only because of what you tried to do for me. I'll never forget that, or stop caring for you because of it, but—" The girl stopped. Boomerang Bill, sensing new and greater danger, squared his shoulders, as if for a blow. "You haven't told all. Tell me," he said. "I came to tell you, to ask you if—" Annabel May covered her face. "Oh, my dearest, I can't, I won't," she cried. "Tell me," repeated Boomerang Bill. The girl struggled to speak. "There's a man I know, a young mining engineer, and they're sending him to Arizona to work, and he wants me he says he loves me." The girl stopped and hid her face on Boomerang Bill's striped coat. "Finish telling me," he repeated. "I don't love him. He knows that. But he says I will, in time. He wants me to go with him to Arizona and take Mother and marry him. I came to tell you." No, you belong to me. You promised to wait. Boomerang Bill caught her by the shoulders with rough fingers that bruised her. His eyes blazed with the inherent fury of a man-animal who sees his true mate threatened by a rival. I know it's so, she gasped with scant coherence. Then, fighting for mastery of herself and of speech, I came to ask you what I must do. You must choose for me. If I go, if I marry him, I break my heart and my promise to you. If I don't, my mother will die, and I will live knowing I killed her. I came today to ask you to choose for me. Boomerang Bill made no reply. His face was a dull, death-like gray. Minutes passed, minutes in which his filmed eyes saw the vine-covered cottage with Annabel May in the doorway, and another man turning in at the gate to receive the welcome that was in her eyes. He struck his breast. No, never, he cried. Two tiny hands caught and held his. Their touch killed the fierce, unnameable something that had slipped the words past his lips. You have chosen? I am to say no? The girl asked, her face as white and pained as her lover's. During seconds, each age-long, they looked straight into each other's eyes. Then suddenly, Boomerang Bill caught her into his arms, crushing her to his breast as he kissed her hungrily, fiercely. Slowly he released her. Marry him. I've chosen for you, he said. This was the second of the three great moments of Boomerang Bill's life. 3 weekly letters, long, loving, devoted letters, had been added to the packet within Boomerang Bill's shirt since the day of his renunciation. Then, in mid-week, as he returned to his cell at night, Bill found a fourth, and last. The lines blurred as he read. My dearest, this is goodbye. I must not write again, ever. I know you will understand why I must not. Today I am yours. Tomorrow we start, and I shall have lost the right to be, in heart and soul, your Annie. Boomerang Bill threw himself on his bunk, with Annabel May's last letter crumpled within his fingers. The tomorrow of the letter was now today, her wedding day. Now, this instant, as he lay behind his steel-barred door, Annabel May was another man's wife. During that long night and the others that followed it, he learned for the first time all that imprisonment may mean to a man whose woman is beyond the power of his protection and love. For days and weeks and months, Boomerang Bill existed as nearly without hope as any man may be and live. But by slow graduations, and because men must rekindle hope or die, he began again at last to look forward to the faraway future created by imagination at the command of necessity. Slowly, this fiction of his mind took on a vivid clarity of reality. He saw himself, a time-expired man, walking out of the prison gates, free. He saw the endless expanse of the southern deserts drift past car windows. He felt the fierce heat rising from Arizona's unshaded plains. Then, as he lay in his cell, with pulse quickened by the thrills of eager anticipation, Boomerang Bill saw himself hurry toward the cottage, meaner, barer than the vine-covered haven of happiness of which he had once dreamed. In the doorway was a girl, slender and elfin, with gray-blue eyes. Always he was quite close before she recognized him, so close he could see every line of unhappiness in her face. And then, as she knew him, he saw her eyes light suddenly with welcome and love. And stretching out trembling arms, she flung herself to him, crying, Thank God! You have come at last. Take me away, somewhere, anywhere with you." Just there, always, the vision ended, and Boomerang Bill turned back his mind like a clock, began again with his exit from the prison gates, and relived the scenes of his hope-conjured visions. And then, one day, so unexpectedly he almost doubted its reality, Boomerang Bill was granted a parole, and actually walked through the great gates of San Quentin prison, and became once more a free man. Straight, as he seemed to have done it 1,000 times in the darkness of his cell, he traveled Arizona-ward. He saw the trackless wastes of cactus-filled desert flit by. He felt the radiating heat of the treeless plains as he dropped from the train at the town in which Annabelle May had gone. The quick, duskless Arizona night had fallen before he located her cottage. It was more like the vine-covered cottage of his dreams than like the bare, meager one of his prison nights. Light shone from the windows, but there was no waiting girl in the doorway to recognize and welcome him. So accustomed had Bill become to that imagined picture that her absence strangely disturbed him. He crossed the lawn, intending to knock, and then, within a step of the porch, halted suddenly. From within the house he heard gurgling laughter, a little child's laughter. A chill, cold as the night wind, fell upon his heart. A child's laughter had been no part of the conjured vision of his return. Silently, he stole around the house and peered in through the window. He saw Annabelle May, a far different Annabelle May from the one imagination had pictured. She was kneeling beside a cradle in which lay a little girl, with her mother's soft flaxen hair, but with eyes not gray-blue, but an alien brown. The fiercely jealous animosity of a defrauded male animal curled Boomerang Bill's lips back from his clenched teeth, and in the first torturing instant of the full understanding, he saw, in the brown-eyed, prattling child that lay in its mother's arms, something that had robbed him of more than life itself. And then, as she raised her head, he glimpsed Annabelle May's face clearly in the full light. It was rounder, fuller, softer than the memory pictured it, and flush with the fulfillment of mother love. Gravel crunched on the walk, and there was a step on the porch. The door was thrown open, and a man stood silhouetted against the outside blackness. Annabelle May sprang to her feet with an eager, welcoming cry. "My darling!" she cried. "Why are you so terribly late? You know little Annie simply will not go to sleep until you come." Together they knelt beside the cradle, the man's arm tenderly clasped about Annabelle May's waist. Silently, Boomerang Bill stole away in the darkness. That was the third and last and most bitter of the 3 great moments in Boomerang Bill's lifetime. The shabby peddler, with his tray of cheap wares, the little Chinese girl clinging to his hand, the yellow mongrel following close behind, trudged on along the gravelled walk of Plymouth Square. Boston Blackie's eyes followed them. "Say, did you know Boomerang Bill in the old days when he was a crook, all white and not half Chink?" repeated the too well-dressed youth at his side, a bit impatient at Blackie's abstract silence. "Know him? Yes, I knew Boomerang Bill when he was all white, which he is today," Blackie replied. "I knew him when he was a better man than either of us, which he may be today." "But he must have a yellow streak," persisted the youth. "A prison jolt can't change a white man into that," with a jerk of his thumb toward the peddler. "Prison didn't make Boomerang Bill what he is," answered Blackie quietly. "A baby with brown eyes that might have been blue like Bill's own did it. He lost everything that makes life livable, and has found in its stead what you see, a little Chink girl he calls Annie, and a yellow dog. They love him, and he lives for them. And he sells pencils because once, long ago, he promised a girl he'd never turn another crooked trick. Yes, kid, Boomerang Bill's a man of his word. The end of Boomerang Bill by Jack Boyle.
Earth's Holocaust. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Earth's Holocaust by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Once upon a time, but whether in the time past or time to come is a matter of little or no moment, this wide world had become so overburdened with an accumulation of worn-out trumpery that the inhabitants determined to rid themselves of it by a general bonfire. The site fixed upon at the representation of the insurance companies, and as being as central a spot as any other on the globe, was one of the broadest prairies of the West, where no human habitation would be endangered by the flames, and where a vast assemblage of spectators might commodiously admire the show. Having a taste for sights of this kind, and imagining likewise that the illumination of the bonfire might reveal some profundity of moral truth heretofore hidden in mist or darkness, I made it convenient to journey thither and be present. At my arrival, although the heap of condemned rubbish was as yet comparatively small, the torch had already been applied. Amid that boundless plain, in the dusk of the evening, like a far-off star alone in the firmament, there was merely visible one tremulous gleam, whence none could have anticipated so fiercely a blaze as was destined to ensue. With every moment, however, there came foot-travellers, women holding up their aprons, men on horseback, wheelbarrows, lumbering baggage-wagons, and other vehicles great and small, and from far and near, laden with articles that were judged fit for nothing but to be burned. "What materials have been used to kindle the flame?" inquired I of a bystander, for I was desirous of knowing the whole process of the affair from beginning to end. The person whom I addressed was a grave man, 50 years old or thereabout, who had evidently come thither as a looker-on. He struck me immediately as having weighed for himself the true value of life and its circumstances, and therefore as feeling little personal interest in whatever judgment the world might form of them. Before answering my question, he looked me in the face by the kindling light of the fire. "Oh, some very dry combustibles," replied he, "and extremely suitable to the purpose. No other, in fact, than yesterday's newspapers, last month's magazines, and last year's withered leaves. Here now comes some antiquated trash that will take fire like a handful of shavings." As he spoke, some rough-looking men advanced to the verge of the bonfire, and threw in, as it appeared, all the rubbish of the herald's office. The blazonry of coat armor, the crests and devices of illustrious families, pedigrees that extended back like lines of light into the mist of the Dark Ages, together with stars, garters, and embroidered collars, each of which, as paltry a bauble as it might appear to the uninstructed eye, had once possessed vast significance, and was still, in truth, reckoned among the most precious of moral or material facts by the worshippers of the gorgeous past. Mingled with this confused heap, which was tossed into the flames by armfuls at once, were innumerable badges of knighthood, comprising those of all the European sovereignties, and Napoleon's decoration of the Legion of Honor, the ribbons of which were entangled with those of the ancient Order of St. Louis. There, too, were the medals of our own Society of Cincinnati, by means of which, as history tells us, an order of hereditary knights came near being constituted out of the king quellers of the Revolution. And besides, there were the patents of nobility of German counts and barons, Spanish grandees, and English peers, from the worm-eaten instruments signed by William the Conqueror, down to the brand-new parchment of the latest lord who had received his honors from the fair hand of Victoria. At the sight of the dense volumes of smoke, mingled with vivid jets of flame, that gushed and eddied forth from this immense pile of earthly distinctions, the multitude of plebeian spectators set up a joyous shout, and clapped their hands with an emphasis that made the welkin echo. That was their moment of triumph, achieved after long ages over creatures of the same clay and the same spiritual infirmities, who had dared to assume the privileges due only to heaven's better workmanship. But now there rushed towards the blazing heap a gray-haired man, of stately presence, wearing a coat, from the breast of which a star, or other badge of rank, seemed to have been forcibly wrenched away. He had not the tokens of intellectual power in his face, but still there was the demeanor, the habitual and almost native dignity, of one who had been born to the idea of his own social superiority, and had never felt it questioned till that moment. "People!" cried he, gazing at the ruin of what was dearest to his eyes with grief and wonder, but nevertheless with a degree of stateliness. "People, what have you done? This fire is consuming all that marked your advance from barbarism, or that could have prevented your relapse thither. We, the men of the privileged orders, were those who kept alive from age to age the old chivalrous spirit, the gentle and generous thought, the higher, the purer, the more refined and delicate life. With the nobles, too, you cast off the poet, the painter, the sculptor, all the beautiful arts. For we were their patrons, and created the atmosphere in which they flourish. In abolishing the majestic distinctions of rank, society loses not only its grace, but its steadfastness." More he would doubtless have spoken, but here there arose an outcry, sportive, contemptuous, and indignant, that altogether drowned the appeal of the fallen nobleman, insomuch that, casting one look of despair at his own half-burned pedigree, he shrunk back into the crowd, glad to shelter himself under his newfound insignificance. "Let him thank his stars that we have not flung him into the same fire," shouted a rude figure, spurning the embers with his foot. "And henceforth let no man dare to show a piece of musty parchment as his warrant for lording it over his fellows. If he have strength of arm, well and good. It is one species of superiority. If he have wit, wisdom, courage, force of character, let these attributes do for him what they may. But from this day forward, no mortal must hope for place and consideration by reckoning up the mouldy bones of his ancestors. That nonsense is done away." "And in good time," remarked the grave observer by my side, in a low voice, however. "If no worse nonsense comes in its place, but, at all events, this species of nonsense has fairly lived out its life." There was little space to muse or moralize over the embers of this time-honored rubbish, for, before it was half burned out, there came another multitude from beyond the sea, bearing the purple robes of royalty, and the crowns, globes, and scepters of emperors and kings. All these had been condemned as useless baubles, playthings at best, fit only for the infancy of the world, or rods to govern and chastise it in its nonage, but with which universal manhood at its full-grown stature could no longer brook to be insulted. Into such contempt had these regal insignia now fallen that the gilded crown and tinselled robes of the player-king from Drury Lane Theatre had been thrown in among the rest, doubtless as a mockery of his brother monarchs on the great stage of the world. It was a strange sight to discern the crown jewels of England glowing and flashing in the midst of the fire. Some of them had been delivered down from the time of the Saxon princes. Others were purchased with vast revenues, or perchance ravished from the dead brows of the native potentates of Hindustan. And the whole now blazed with a dazzling luster, as if a star had fallen in that spot and been shattered into fragments. The splendor of the ruined monarchy had no reflection save in those inestimable precious stones. But enough on this subject. It were but tedious to describe how the Emperor of Austria's mantle was converted to tinder, and how the posts and pillars of the French throne became a heap of coals, which it was impossible to distinguish from those of any other wood. Let me add, however, that I noticed one of the exiled Poles stirring up the bonfire with the Tsar of Russia's scepter, which he afterwards flung into the flames. "The smell of singed garments is quite intolerable here," observed my new acquaintance, as the breeze enveloped us in the smoke of a royal wardrobe. "Let us get to windward, and see what they are doing on the other side of the bonfire." We accordingly passed around, and were just in time to witness the arrival of a vast procession of Washingtonians, as the votaries of temperance call themselves nowadays, accompanied by thousands of the Irish disciples of Father Matthew, with that great apostle at their head. They brought a rich contribution to the bonfire, being nothing less than all the hogsheads and barrels of liquor in the world, which they rolled before them across the prairie. "Now, my children," cried Father Matthew, when they reached the verge of the fire, "one shove more, and the work is done, and now let us stand off and see Satan deal with his own liquor." Accordingly, having placed their wooden vessels within reach of the flames, the procession stood off at a safe distance, and soon beheld them burst into a blaze that reached the clouds and threatened to set the sky itself on fire. And well it might, for here was the whole world's stock of spirituous liquors, which instead of kindling a frenzied light in the eyes of individual topers as of yore, soared upwards with a bewildering gleam that startled all mankind. It was the aggregate of that fierce fire which would otherwise have scorched the hearts of millions. Meantime, numberless bottles of precious wine were flung into the blaze, which lapped up the contents as if it loved them, and grew, like other drunkards, the merrier and fiercer for what it quaffed. Never again will the insatiable thirst of the fire-fiend be so pampered. Here were the treasures of famous bon vivants, liquors that had been tossed on ocean, and mellowed in the sun, and hoarded long in the recesses of the earth. The pale, the gold, the ruddy juice of whatever vineyards were most delicate, the entire vintage of Tokay, all mingled in one stream with the vile fluids of the common pot-house, and contributing to heighten the self-same blaze. And while it rose in a gigantic spire that seemed to wave against the arch of the firmament, and combine itself with the light of stars, the multitude gave a shout, as if the broad earth were exulting in its deliverance from the curse of ages. But the joy was not universal. Many deemed that human life would be gloomier than ever when that brief illumination should sink down. While the reformers were at work, I overheard muttered expostulations from several respectable gentlemen with red noses and wearing gouty shoes, and a ragged worthy, whose face looked like a hearth where the fire is burned out, now expressed his discontent more openly and boldly. "What is this world good for?" said the last toper, "now that we can never be jolly any more? What is to comfort the poor man in sorrow and perplexity? How is he to keep his heart warm against the cold winds of this cheerless earth? And what do you propose to give him in exchange for the solace that you take away? How are old friends to sit together by the fireside without a cheerful glass between them? A plague upon your reformation! It is a sad world, a cold world, a selfish world, a low world, not worth an honest fellow's living in, now that good fellowship is gone forever." This harangue excited great mirth among the bystanders, but, preposterous as was the sentiment, I could not help commiserating the forlorn condition of the last toper, whose boon companions had dwindled away from his side, leaving the poor fellow without a soul to countenance him in sipping his liquor, nor indeed any liquor to sip. Not that this was quite the true state of the case, for I had observed him at a critical moment filch a bottle of fourth-proof brandy that fell beside the bonfire, and hide it in his pocket. The spirituous and fermented liquors being thus disposed of, the zeal of the reformers next induced them to replenish the fire with all the boxes of tea and bags of coffee in the world. And now came the planters of Virginia, bringing their crops of tobacco. These, being cast upon the heap of inutility, aggregated it to the size of a mountain, and incensed the atmosphere with such potent fragrance that methought we should never draw pure breath again. The present sacrifice seemed to startle the lovers of the weed more than any that they had hitherto witnessed. "Well, they've put my pipe out," said an old gentleman, flinging it into the flames in a pet. "What is this world coming to? Everything rich and racy, all the spice of life, is to be condemned as useless. Now that they've kindled the bonfire, if these nonsensical reformers would fling themselves into it, all would be well enough." "Be patient," responded a staunch conservative. "It will come to that in the end. They will first fling us in, and finally themselves." From the general and systematic measures of reform I now turned to consider the individual contributions to this memorable bonfire. In many instances, these were of a very amusing character. One poor fellow threw in his empty purse, and another a bundle of counterfeit or insolvable banknotes. Fashionable ladies threw in their last season's bonnets, together with heaps of ribbons, yellow lace, and much other half-worn milliner's wear, all of which proved even more evanescent in the fire than it had been in the fashion. A multitude of lovers of both sexes, discarded maids or bachelors and couples mutually weary of one another, tossed in bundles of perfumed letters and enamored sonnets. A hack politician, being deprived of bread by the loss of office, threw in his teeth, which happened to be false ones. The Reverend Sidney Smith, having voyaged across the Atlantic for that sole purpose, came up to the bonfire with a bitter grin and threw in certain repudiated bonds, fortified though they were with the broad seal of a sovereign state. A little boy of 5 years old, in the premature manliness of the present epoch, threw in his playthings. A college graduate, his diploma. An apothecary, ruined by the spread of homeopathy, his whole stock of drugs and medicines. A physician, his library. A parson, his old sermons. And a fine gentleman of the old school, his code of manners, which he had formerly written down for the benefit of the next generation. A widow, resolving on a second marriage, slyly threw in her dead husband's miniature. A young man jilted by his mistress would willingly have flung his own desperate heart into the flames, but could find no means to wrench it out of his bosom. An American author whose works were neglected by the public threw his pen and paper into the bonfire, and betook himself to some less discouraging occupation. It somewhat startled me to overhear a number of ladies, highly respectable in appearance, purposing to fling their gowns and petticoats into the flames, and assume the garb, together with the manners, duties, offices, and responsibilities of the opposite sex. What favor was accorded to this scheme I am unable to say, my attention being suddenly drawn to a poor, deceived, and half-delirious girl who, exclaiming that she was the most worthless thing alive or dead, attempted to cast herself into the fire amid all that wrecked and broken trumpery of the world. A good man, however, ran to her rescue. "Patience, my poor girl," said he, as he drew her back from the fierce embrace of the destroying angel. "Be patient, and abide heaven's will. So long as you possess a living soul, all may be restored to its first freshness. These things of matter and creations of human fantasy are fit for nothing but to be burned when once they have had their day. But your day is eternity." "Yes," said the wretched girl, whose frenzy seemed now to have sunk down into deep despondency. "Yes, and the sunshine is blotted out of it." It was now rumored among the spectators that all the weapons and munitions of war were to be thrown into the bonfire, with the exception of the world's stock of gunpowder, which, as the safest mode of disposing of it, had already been drowned in the sea. This intelligence seemed to awaken great diversity of opinion. The hopeful philanthropist esteemed it a token that the millennium was already come, while persons of another stamp, in whose view mankind was a breed of bulldogs, prophesied that all the old stoutness, fervor, nobleness, generosity, and magnanimity of the race would disappear. These qualities, as they affirmed, required blood for their nourishment. They comforted themselves, however, in the belief that the proposed abolition of war was impracticable for any length of time together. Be that as it might, numberless great guns, whose thunder had long been the voice of battle, the artillery of the Armada, the battering trains of Marlborough, and the adverse cannon of Napoleon and Wellington, were trundled into the midst of the fire. By the continual addition of dry combustibles, it had now waxed so intense that neither brass nor iron could withstand it. It was wonderful to behold how these terrible instruments of slaughter melted away like playthings of wax. Then the armies of the earth wheeled around the mighty furnace, with their military music playing triumphant marches, and flung in their muskets and swords. The standard-bearers, likewise, cast one look upward at their banners, all tattered with shot holes and inscribed with the names of victorious fields, and given them a last flourish on the breeze, they lowered them into the flame, which snatched them upward in its rush towards the clouds. This ceremony being over, the world was left without a single weapon in its hands, except possibly a few old king's arms and rusty swords and other trophies of the Revolution in some of our state armories. And now the drums were beaten, and the trumpets brayed all together, as a prelude to the proclamation of universal and eternal peace, and the announcement that glory was no longer to be won by blood, but that it would henceforth be the contention of the human race to work out the greatest mutual good, and that beneficence, in the future annals of the earth, would claim the praise of valor. The blessed tidings were accordingly promulgated, and caused infinite rejoicings among those who had stood aghast at the horror and absurdity of war. But I saw a grim smile pass over the seared visage of a stately old commander. By his war-worn figure and rich military dress, he might have been one of Napoleon's famous marshals, who, with the rest of the world's soldiery, had just flung away the sword that had been familiar to his right hand for half a century. "Aye, aye," grumbled he, "let them proclaim what they please, but in the end we shall find that all this foolery has only made more work for the armorers and cannon-founders." "Why, sir," exclaimed I, in astonishment, "do you imagine that the human race will ever so far return on the steps of its past madness as to weld another sword or cast another cannon?" "There will be no need," observed with a sneer one who neither felt benevolence nor had faith in it. "When Cain wished to slay his brother, he was at no loss for a weapon." "We shall see," replied the veteran commander. "If I am mistaken, so much the better. But in my opinion, without pretending to philosophize about the matter, the necessity of war lies far deeper than those honest gentlemen suppose. What? Is there a field for all the petty disputes of individuals? And shall there be no great law court for the settlement of national difficulties? The battlefield is the only court where such suits can be tried." "You forget, General," rejoined I, "that in this advanced stage of civilization, reason and philanthropy combined will constitute just such a tribunal as is requisite."
"Ah, I had forgotten that indeed," said the old warrior, as he limped away.
The fire was now to be replenished with materials that had hitherto been considered of even greater importance to the well-being of society than the warlike munitions which we had already seen consumed. A body of reformers had traveled all over the earth in quest of the machinery by which the different nations were accustomed to inflict the punishment of death. A shudder passed through the multitude as these ghastly emblems were dragged forward. Even the flames seemed at first to shrink away, displaying the shape and murderous contrivance of each in a full blaze of light, which of itself was sufficient to convince mankind of the long and deadly error of human law. Those old implements of cruelty, those horrible monsters of mechanism, those inventions which it seemed to demand something worse than man's natural heart to contrive, and which had lurked in the dusky nooks of ancient prisons, the subject of terror-stricken legend, were now brought forth to view. Headsmen's axes, with the rust of noble and royal blood upon them, and a vast collection of halters that had choked the breath of plebeian victims, were thrown in together. A shout greeted the arrival of the guillotine, which was thrust forward on the same wheels that had borne it from one to another of the blood-stained streets of Paris. But the loudest roar of applause went up, telling the distant sky of the triumph of the earth's redemption, when the gallows made its appearance. An ill-looking fellow, however, rushed forward, and putting himself in the path of the reformers, bellowed hoarsely, and fought with brute fury to stay their progress. It was little matter of surprise, perhaps, that the executioner should thus do his best to vindicate and uphold the machinery by which he himself had his livelihood, and worthier individuals their death. But it deserved special note that men of a far different sphere, even of that consecrated class in whose guardianship the world is apt to trust its benevolence, were found to take the hangman's view of the question. "Stay, my brethren," cried one of them. "You are misled by a false philanthropy. You know not what you do. The gallows is a heaven-ordained instrument. Bear it back then reverently, and set it up in its old place, else the world will fall to speedy ruin and desolation." "Onward, onward," shouted a leader in the reform. "Into the flames with the accursed instrument of man's bloody policy. How can human law inculcate benevolence and love while it persists in setting up the gallows as its chief symbol? One heave more, good friends, and the world will be redeemed from its greatest error." 1,000 hands, that nevertheless loathed
the touch, now lent their assistance and thrust the ominous burden far, far into the center of the raging furnace. There its fatal and abhorred image was beheld, first black, then a red coal, then ashes. "That was well done!" exclaimed I. "Yes, it was well done," replied, but with less enthusiasm than I expected, the thoughtful observer who was still at my side. "Well done, if the world be good enough for the measure. Death, however, is an idea that cannot easily be dispensed with in any condition between the primal innocence and that other purity and perfection which perchance we are destined to attain after traveling round the full circle. But at all events, it is well that the experiment should now be tried." "Too cold, too cold!" impatiently exclaimed the young and ardent leader in this triumph. "Let the heart have its voice here as well as the intellect. And as for ripeness, and as for progress, let mankind always do the highest, kindest, noblest thing that, at any given period, it has attained the perception of, and surely that thing cannot be wrong nor wrongly timed." I know not whether it were the excitement of the scene, or whether the good people around the bonfire were really growing more enlightened every instant, but they now proceeded to measures in the full length of which I was hardly prepared to keep them company. For instance, some threw their marriage certificates into the flames, and declared themselves candidates for a higher, holier, and more comprehensive union than that which had subsisted from the birth of time under the form of the connubial tie. Others hastened to the vaults of banks and to the coffers of the rich, all of which were opened to the first comer on this fated occasion, and brought entire bales of paper money to enliven the blaze, and tons of coin to be melted down by its intensity. Henceforth, they said, universal benevolence, uncoined and exhaustless, was to be the golden currency of the world. At this intelligence, the bankers and speculators in the stocks grew pale, and a pickpocket, who had reaped a rich harvest among the crowd, fell down in a deadly fainting fit. A few men of business burned their daybooks and ledgers, the notes and obligations of their creditors, and all other evidences of debts due to themselves, while perhaps a somewhat larger number satisfied their zeal for reform with the sacrifice of any uncomfortable recollection of their own indebtment. There was then a cry that the period was arrived when the title deeds of landed property should be given to the flames, and the whole soil of the earth revert to the public, from whom it had been wrongfully abstracted and most unequally distributed among individuals. Another party demanded that all written constitutions, set forms of government, legislative acts, statute books, and everything else on which human invention had endeavored to stamp its arbitrary laws should at once be destroyed, leaving the consummated world as free as the man first created. Whether any ultimate action was taken with regard to these propositions is beyond my knowledge, for just then some matters were in progress that concerned my sympathies more nearly. See, what heaps of books and pamphlets!" cried a fellow who did not seem to be a lover of literature. "Now we shall have a glorious blaze." "That's just the thing," said a modern philosopher. "Now we shall get rid of the weight of dead men's thought, which has hitherto pressed so heavily on the living intellect that it has been incompetent to any effectual self-exertion. Well done, my lads, into the fire with them. Now you are enlightening the world indeed." "But what is to become of the trade?" cried a frantic bookseller. "Oh, by all means let them accompany their merchandise," coolly observed an author. "It will be a noble funeral pile." The truth was that the human race had now reached a stage of progress so far beyond what the wisest and wittiest men of former ages had ever dreamed of, that it would have been a manifest absurdity to allow the earth to be any longer encumbered with the poor achievements in the literary line. Accordingly, a thorough and searching investigation had swept the booksellers, shops, hawkers' stands, public and private libraries, and even the little bookshelf by the country fireside, and had brought the world's entire mass of printed paper, bound or in sheets, to swell the already mountain bulk of our illustrious bonfire. Thick, heavy folios, containing the labors of lexicographers, commentators, and encyclopedists, were flung in, and falling among the embers with a leaden thump, smoldered away to ashes like rotten wood. The small, richly gilt French tomes of the last age, with the 100 volumes of Voltaire among them, went off in a brilliant shower of sparkles and little jets of flame, while the current literature of the same nation burned red and blue, and threw an infernal light over the visages of the spectators, converting them all to the aspect of party-colored fiends. A collection of German stories emitted a scent of brimstone. The English standard authors made excellent fuel, generally exhibiting the properties of sound oak logs. Milton's works, in particular, sent up a powerful blaze, gradually reddening into a coal which promised to endure longer than almost any other material of the pile. From Shakespeare there gushed a flame of such marvelous splendor that men shaded their eyes as against the sun's meridian glory. Nor even when the works of his own elucidators were flung upon him did he cease to flash forth a dazzling radiance from beneath the ponderous heap. It is my belief that he is still blazing as fervidly as ever. Could a poet but light a lamp at that glorious flame, remarked I, he might then consume the midnight oil to some good purpose. That is the very thing which modern poets have been too apt to do, or at least to attempt, answered a critic. The chief benefit to be expected from this conflagration of past literature undoubtedly is that writers will henceforth be compelled to light their lamps at the sun or stars. If they can reach so high, said I, but that task requires a giant, who may afterwards distribute the light among inferior men. It is not every one that can steal the fire from heaven like Prometheus, but when once he had done the deed, 1,000 hearths were kindled by it. It amazed me much to observe how indefinite was the proportion between the physical mass of any given author and the property of brilliant and long-continued combustion. For instance, there was not a quarto volume of the last century, nor indeed of the present, that could compete in that particular with a child's little gilt-covered book containing Mother Goose's Melodies, The Life and Death of Tom Thumb, outlasted the biography of Marlborough. An epic, indeed a dozen of them, was converted to white ashes before the single sheet of an old ballad was half consumed. In more than one case, too, when volumes of applauded verse proved incapable of anything better than a stifling smoke, an unregarded ditty of some nameless bard, perchance in the corner of a newspaper, soared up among the stars with a flame as brilliant as their own. Speaking of the properties of flame, methought Shelley's poetry emitted a purer light than almost any other productions of his day, contrasting beautifully with the fitful and lurid gleams and gushes of black vapor that flashed and eddied from the volumes of Lord Byron. As for Tom Moore, some of his songs diffused an odor like a burning pestle. I felt particular interest in watching the combustion of American authors, and scrupulously noted by my watch the precise number of moments that changed most of them from shabbily printed books to indistinguishable ashes. It would be invidious, however, if not perilous, to betray these awful secrets, so that I shall content myself with observing that it was not invariably the writer most frequent in the public mouth that made the most splendid appearance in the bonfire. I especially remember that a great deal of excellent inflammability was exhibited in a thin volume of poems by Ellery Channing. Although, to speak the truth, there were certain portions that hissed and spluttered in a very disagreeable fashion. A curious phenomenon occurred in reference to several writers, native as well as foreign. Their books, though of highly respectable figure, instead of bursting into a blaze or even smoldering out their substance in smoke, suddenly melted away in a manner that proved them to be ice. If it be no lack of modesty to mention my own works, it must here be confessed that I looked for them with fatherly interest, but in vain. Too probably they were changed to vapor by the first action of the heat. At best I can only hope that, in their quiet way, they contributed a glimmering spark or two to the splendor of the evening. "Alas, and woe is me," thus bemoaned himself a heavy-looking gentleman in green spectacles. "The world is utterly ruined, and there is nothing to live for any longer. The business of my life is snatched from me. Not a volume to be had for love or money." "This," remarked the sedate observer beside me, "is a bookworm. One of those men who are born to gnaw dead thoughts. His clothes, you see, are covered with the dust of libraries. He has no inward fountain of ideas, and in good earnest, now that the old stock is abolished, I do not see what is to become of the poor fellow. Have you no word of comfort for him?" "My dear sir," said I to the desperate bookworm, Is not nature better than a book? Is not the human heart deeper than any system of philosophy? Is not life replete with more instruction than past observers have found it possible to write down in maxims? Be of good cheer. The great book of time is still spread wide open before us, and if we read it aright, it will be to us a volume of eternal truth. Oh, my books, my precious printed books, reiterated the forlorn bookworm. My only reality was a bound volume, and now they will not leave me even a shadowy pamphlet. In fact, the last remnant of the literature of all ages was now descending upon the blazing heap, in the shape of a cloud of pamphlets from the press of the New World. These likewise were consumed in the twinkling of an eye, leaving the earth, for the first time since the days of Cadmus, free from the plague of letters, an enviable field for the authors of the next generation. Well, and does anything remain to be done? Inquired I, somewhat anxiously. Unless we set fire to the earth itself, and then leap boldly off into infinite space, I know not that we can carry reform to any farther point. You are vastly mistaken, my good friend, said the observer. Believe me, the fire will not be allowed to settle down without the addition of fuel that will startle many persons who have lent a willing hand thus far. Nevertheless, there appeared to be a relaxation of effort for a little time, during which probably the leaders of the movement were considering what should be done next. In the interval, a philosopher threw his theory into the flames, a sacrifice which, by those who knew how to estimate it, was pronounced the most remarkable that had yet been made. The combustion, however, was by no means brilliant. Some indefatigable people, scorning to take a moment's ease, now employed themselves in collecting all the withered leaves and fallen boughs of the forest, and thereby recruited the bonfire to a greater height than ever. But this was mere byplay. Here comes the fresh fuel that I spoke of, said my companion. To my astonishment, the persons who now advanced into the vacant space around the mountain fire bore surplices and other priestly garments, mitres, croziers, and a confusion of popish and Protestant emblems with which it seemed their purpose to consummate the great act of faith. Crosses from the spires of old cathedrals were cast upon the heap, with as little remorse as if the reverence of centuries passing in long array beneath the lofty towers had not looked up to them as the holiest of symbols. The font in which infants were consecrated to God, the sacramental vessels whence piety received the hallowed draught, were given to the same destruction. Perhaps it most nearly touched my heart to see among these devoted relics fragments of the humble communion tables and undecorated pulpits, which I recognized as having been torn from the meeting-houses of New England. Those simple edifices might have been permitted to retain all of sacred embellishment that their Puritan founders had bestowed, even though the mighty structure of St. Peter's had sent its spoils to the fire of this terrible sacrifice. Yet I felt that these were but the externals of religion, and might most safely be relinquished by spirits that best knew their deep significance. All is well, said I cheerfully. The wood-paths shall be the aisles of our cathedral. The firmament itself shall be its ceiling. What needs an earthly roof between the deity and his worshippers? Our faith can well afford to lose all the drapery that even the holiest men have thrown around it, and be only the more sublime in its simplicity. True, said my companion, but will they pause here? The doubt implied in his question was well-founded. In the general destruction of books already described, a holy volume that stood apart from the catalogue of human literature and yet, in one sense, was at its head, had been spared. But the Titan of innovation, angel or fiend, double in his nature, and capable of deeds befitting both characters, at first shaking down only the old and rotten shapes of things, had now, as it appeared, laid his terrible hand upon the main pillars which supported the whole edifice of our moral and spiritual state. The inhabitants of the earth had grown too enlightened to define their faith within a form of words, or to limit the spiritual by any analogy to our material existence. Truths which the heavens trembled at were now but a fable of the world's infancy. Therefore, as the final sacrifice of human error, what else remained to be thrown upon the embers of that awful pile, except the book which, though a celestial revelation to past ages, was but a voice from a lower sphere as regarded the present race of man. It was done. Upon the blazing heap of falsehood and worn-out truth, things that the earth had never needed, or had ceased to need, or had grown childishly weary of, fell the ponderous church Bible, the great old volume that had lain so long on the cushion of the pulpit, and whence the pastor's solemn voice had given holy utterance on so many a Sabbath day. There likewise fell the family Bible, which the long-buried patriarch had read to his children, in prosperity or sorrow, by the fireside and in the summer shade of trees, and had bequeathed downward as the heirloom of generations. There fell the bosom Bible, the little volume that had been the soul's friend of some sorely tried child of dust, who thence took courage, whether his trial were for life or death, steadfastly confronting both in the strong assurance of immortality. All these were flung into the fierce and riotous blaze, and then a mighty wind came roaring across the plain with a desolate howl, as if it were the angry lamentation of the earth for the loss of heaven's sunshine, and it shook the gigantic pyramid of flame and scattered the cinders of half-consumed abominations around upon the spectators. "This is terrible," said I, feeling that my cheek grew pale, and seeing a like change in the visages about me. "Be of good courage yet," answered the man with whom I had so often spoken. He continued to gaze steadily at the spectacle with a singular calmness, as if it concerned him merely as an observer. "Be of good courage, nor yet exult too much, for there is far less both of good and evil in the effect of this bonfire than the world might be willing to believe." "How can that be?" exclaimed I impatiently. "Has it not consumed everything? Has it not swallowed up or melted down every human or divine appendage of our mortal state that has substance enough to be acted on by fire? Will there be anything left us tomorrow morning, better or worse, than a heap of embers and ashes?" "Assuredly there will," said my grave friend. "Come hither tomorrow morning, or whenever the combustible portion of the pile shall be quite burned out, and you will find among the ashes everything really valuable that you have seen cast into the flames. Trust me, the world of tomorrow will again enrich itself with the gold and diamonds which have been cast off by the world of today. Not a truth is destroyed nor buried so deep among the ashes, but it will be raked up at last." This was a strange assurance, yet I felt inclined to credit it, the more especially as I beheld among the wallowing flames a copy of the Holy Scriptures, the pages of which, instead of being blackened into tinder, only assumed a more dazzling whiteness as the finger-marks of human imperfection were purified away. Certain marginal notes and commentaries, it is true, yielded to the intensity of the fiery test, but without detriment to the smallest syllable that had flamed from the pen of inspiration. "Yes, there is proof of what you say," answered I, turning to the observer. "But if only what is evil can fill the action of the fire, then surely the conflagration has been of inestimable utility. Yet, if I understand aright, you intimate a doubt whether the world's expectation of benefit would be realized by it." "Listen to the talk of these worthies," said he, pointing to a group in front of the blazing pile. "Possibly they may teach you something useful without intending it." The persons whom he indicated consisted of that brutal and most earthy figure who had stood forth so furiously in defense of the gallows, the hangman, in short, together with the last thief and the last murderer, all three of whom were clustered about the last toper. The latter was liberally passing the brandy bottle, which he had rescued from the general destruction of wines and spirits. This little convivial party seemed at the lowest pitch of despondency, as considering that the purified world must needs be utterly unlike the sphere that they had hitherto known, and therefore but a strange and desolate abode for gentlemen of their kidney. "The best counsel for all of us is," remarked the hangman, "that as soon as we have finished the last drop of liquor, I help you, my three friends, to a comfortable end upon the nearest tree, and then hang myself on the same bough. This is no world for us any longer." Po, my good fellows," said a dark-complexioned personage, who now joined the group. His complexion was indeed fearfully dark, and his eyes glowed with a redder light than that of the bonfire. "Be not so cast down, my dear friends. You shall see good days yet. There is one thing that these wiseacres have forgotten to throw into the fire, and without which all the rest of the conflagration is just nothing at all. Yes, though they had burned the earth itself to a cinder." "And what may that be?" eagerly demanded the last murderer. "What but the human heart itself?" said the dark-visaged stranger, with a portentous grin. "And unless they hit upon some method of purifying that foul cavern, forth from it will reissue all the shapes of wrong and misery. The same old shapes, or worse ones, which they have taken such a vast deal of trouble to consume to ashes. I've stood by this livelong night and laughed in my sleeve at the whole business. Oh, take my word for it, it will be the old world yet." This brief conversation supplied me with a theme for lengthened thought. How sad a truth, if true it were, that man's age-long endeavor for perfection had served only to render him the mockery of the evil principle, from the fatal circumstance of an error at the very root of the matter. The heart. The heart. There was the little yet boundless sphere wherein existed the original wrong of which the crime and misery of this outward world were merely types. Purify that inward sphere, and the many shapes of evil that haunt the outward, and which now seem almost our only realities, will turn to shadowy phantoms and vanish of their own accord. But if we go no deeper than the intellect, and strive with merely that feeble instrument to discern and rectify what is wrong, our whole accomplishment will be a dream, so unsubstantial that it matters little whether the bonfire, which I have so faithfully described, were what we chose to call a real event, and a flame that would scorch the finger, or only a phosphoric radiance and a parable of my own brain. End of Earth's Holocaust by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Epitaph on a Sailor. Here lies honest Jack, to the lobsters a prey, who lived like a sailor, free, hearty, and gay, his rigging well fitted, his sides close and tight, his bedroom well furnished, his mainmast upright. When death, like a pirate built solely for plunder, thus hailed honest Jack in a voice like thunder, "Drop your peak, my old boy, and your topsails throw back, for already too long you've remained on that tack." Jack heard the dread call, and without more ado, his sails flattened in, and his bark she broached to. End of Epitaph on a Sailor, from Tales of Shipwrecks and Adventures at Sea by James Lindbridge. Read by Claudia Caldi.
His Former Wife by Agnes Bolton. From 10 Storybook, May 1910. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. His Former Wife by Agnes Bolton. Huntley poked the open wood fire viciously. The sudden glow lit up the easy luxuriousness of the studio, reflecting in quaint bits of copper and antique bronzes, and casting a yellow light on the heavy ornamental hangings. Tomorrow he was to be married, and he realized that he ought to be happy on his wedding eve, particularly when he was to marry a girl who, besides being one of the prettiest, sweetest girls in town, was the envied possessor of an inheritance of some millions of dollars, and a very ancient family tree. Also, he was very much in love with her. However, Huntley was very nervous, He swore softly at the fire, where he had been burning without any regrets a packet of old letters. Huntley poked the open wood fire viciously. After tomorrow, he reflected, we'll be married anyhow. God, if Opal should turn up before that, well, I know Alicia and Alicia's family. It would be all over with them and her. I couldn't explain. They wouldn't understand. They'd never consent to Alicia marrying a divorced man. They're so awfully conservative. However, there's a chance Opal hasn't heard of. Maybe she's out of town. This is the trouble with not keeping track, in touch, with your former wife. He smiled a little cynically. He was aware of the former Miss Huntley's fondness for theatrical poses, and he surmised that she would choose tonight to see him, if she wished to interfere. And knowing also her disposition, he felt that there was reason to dread her appearance. So he had decided to remain in the studio this evening, despite his fiancée's objection. There was a soft patter of feet at the door, and Huntley's Japanese man announced, "Ready to see you, sir." Huntley started. So she had come after all. "Show her in." "Ah, I come right up." A soft figure brushed past the astonished Jap. "But I don't suppose I've even got that privilege now." The Oriental pulled the curtains together and slipped down the stairs. Huntley looked at her as she stood there in the firelight, waiting for him to speak. She was just the same Opal, the same dead black hair, the rich coloring, the pathetically childless curve of her mouth that so well belied her true character. She looked even younger, he thought, than when he saw her last, and he approved of her gown. It was better than he had been able to give her. "Well, Pretty, aren't you going to speak to me at all?" She assumed an innocently confiding expression, the one he so used to adore. Then she laughed. "So," she mocked him, "tomorrow you're going to marry Miss Alicia Ketteridge, heiress." Huntley groaned. "You hellbound, I'm going to marry her, yes. I told her all about you." He realized the futility of his lie. Now, Pretty, don't call names. We're not married now, you know. Do you suppose for one moment I think you told her?" She laughed scornfully. "Look here," she continued. "Do you remember after our divorce, you told me that if I ever tried to fool some poor devil, as you expressed it, into marrying me, do you remember what you said you'd do? Do you remember? It was your own fault that you married me. I wasn't going to tell you all about my past. You never asked me. And now your turn comes. You've got the past now. You've got a divorced wife, and you've tried to marry into a wealthy Catholic family, trying to fool some young girl. Are you much worse than I was? Are you? That's different. I'm not marrying her for her money, as you seem to think. I love her, Opal." "You love her?" She turned on him fiercely. "Well, and if you do, didn't I love you? Do you suppose I married a poor artist for fun, or what? I didn't know then that you'd ever succeed." They were silent for a moment. Then he spoke desperately. "Well, Opal, when are you going to tell them? It won't make so much difference to the family socially, because well, I don't think they quite like it anyhow. And Alicia told me her brother is going to surprise the family tomorrow. He's going to announce his engagement to some girl he met last summer. So that will be something to divert their attention." She smiled at him mockingly. "Don't worry, Pretty. I won't tell. I'm the girl her brother's going to marry." The end of His Former Wife by Agnes Bolton.
The Gently Orbiting Blonde by John Victor Peterson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gently Orbiting Blonde by John Victor Peterson. Read by Quartertone. Maybe Helene's right in saying that I shouldn't tell exactly how our living room became the training station for Space Satellite 1. If I don't, though, I'm afraid she'll let it slip out as a deep dark secret to one of her Tri-D electronic bridge friends, and it'll be all over the project as quickly as a pile past critical mass. It certainly wouldn't help my reputation at the labs, especially if in the retelling the facts should become distorted about Gladys, the gently orbiting blonde. Some of it was accidental, certainly, but didn't Wilhelm Röntgen get brushed by the breeze of chance? I must have been on the right track, anyhow. I'll leave it to you. It's true, I do get absorbed in things. So it happened on the night I was married. But I did, after all, carry Helene across the threshold. Can I help it that as I was fetching her a toast, I just happened to glance up at the sun chandelier in our cathedral-ceiling living room and got reminded of the project and decided I just had to go down into my lab in the basement and change one little bit of circuitry? When you're working on something as elusive as anti-gravity, you've got to seize upon every minute of inspiration. I told her I'd be right back and dashed downstairs. I guess I should have kissed her first. I forgot. I'm sorry now, in a way. If I had, maybe... But let's face it, I forgot. You could ask old Rucco, my psych prof. He always says I've supernormal powers of concentration. There I was in the basement. One thing led to another. I rearranged the circuitry on the psionic machine and found then that changes in the gyro rotors were indicated. Something intruded vaguely on my mind, but I ignored it, enmeshed as I was in magnetostriction lines. This just might work. It didn't. My concentration was disrupted. I glanced at my watch. Oi! I thought. Helene! And my subconscious told me with sickening certainty that the near disturbance I had been the slamming of a door, of the front door by someone on the way out. I went upstairs. Helene was gone, complete with pocketbook. Her valises had been in the car, and I saw from the living room window that she'd taken that. She'd gone home to Mom, I guessed. She'd have no trouble getting off the reservation. She had a non-sensitive job on the project. Not like me. I couldn't get pried out of White Sands by less than presidential order. It'd be hours before I could try visioing her. Mom's way up in Connecticut, quite a hop, even by jetliner. I sat on the chit-chat bench, felt sorry for myself for a second, and then got concentrating on the star chart on the ceiling above the sun chandelier, and decided that if man was to start exploring upward, I'd better continue my exploring downstairs. But I couldn't concentrate. I fiddled around rewiring the psionic machine just to have something to do. The front door banged again with the loveliest, most satisfyingly solid bang, and I dropped my soldering iron on a printed circuit and something went whoosh, which wasn't just me going up the stairs. Simultaneously, a feminine scream came to meet me. I went up the stairs, but when I got to the top, I couldn't stop. I kept going up, making climbing motions and touching nothing at all until my head ricocheted off the curving ceiling and I bounced down upon my contour chair. I didn't stop there, but bounced right back up again, vaguely aware that the recoiling chair was slowly following me. During this time, I was seeing considerably more stars than you'd see from Palomar on a good clear night. The stars began to blink out of focus, and me in. And then, in the midst of marveling over the undeniable fact that I'd discovered, well, what about Röntgen, discovered or at least null gravity, I remembered, A, the door slamming, and B, the scream. I bounced off the ceiling, cartwheeled a bit, glanced off a picture of a Viking rocket on the wall which took off on a trajectory of its own, and then spun in my orbit and got a look at the blonde. Now, anyone under normal conditions would have taken a good look at the blonde. I was, however, performing what is known in aeronautics as a barrel roll, and my viewing of the blonde was a sweeping scan of a surveillance radar. Not that I hadn't seen the blonde before. I knew her well. Her name is Gladys. She's the most gorgeously put-together creature at the sands. Most of the boys would ride bareback on a Nike if she gave them the smile she was giving me then. Gladys was in a gentle orbit as nearly circular as that of Venus. Her primary was the sun chandelier. I thought then of another Venus. Only Gladys has arms. Her arms were bare. In fact, a lot of Gladys was bare, and there's a lot of Gladys, all nicely proportioned, of course. The sunsuit's designer had indubitably been inspired by a bikini. I bounced off the sofa, which absorbed some of my inertia, and through some frictional freak stopped my axial rotation. I went then into an elliptical orbit, grazing the chit-chat bench at aphelion and the chandelier at perihelion. The thought of Helene crossed my mind in a peculiarly guilty manner, and I was rather glad at the moment that Gladys and I weren't on a collision orbit. "Now that you've stopped ping-ponging," Gladys said, "you might tell me how we're going to get out of this fix. And I don't mind behaving like an electron, but you might make like a positron and come a little closer. It's getting cold in here. By the way, where's Helene?" I don't know why, but I told her. And maybe I did put on an aggrieved husband act a bit, but who could blame me? "Oh, Bill, I'm sorry," she said throatily. "You're so attractive, so fine. To think you've been snared by someone who doesn't appreciate your worth, your handsomeness, your manly strength. Oh, why couldn't you just have given poor little me a glance? After all, we've been together in the project lab every day. I know you, Bill, and I'm so sorry." And she moved on, lovely, graceful in her gentle orbit, and my heart swelled with recognition of her compassion. I started to make a self-effacing remark, stammered, and finally changed my mind and asked, "But how did you happen to come here?" She sighed. "Business, I'm sorry to state. Jim O'Brien wants you at the lab. Thinks he's on the track of antigrav. And here you have it already. Gee, Bill, it is getting cold in here." I hadn't noticed. Just then, the thermostat did notice, and the air conditioning unit cut in. Warm air started to blow from the baseboard outlets. "Bill?" "Yeah," I answered, trajecting past the chit-chat bench and wondering by if stretching real hard I could reach it on the next trip around and drag myself to it. Then, if it didn't come unplugged, I could ground— now that was a silly thought— I could stop myself and maybe work out of the living room along the edge of the tacked-down carpet. "Bill, if Helene doesn't come back, do you think, maybe—" I thought, maybe. Hey, was I imagining things, or was my orbit changing? And was Gladys smiling more warmly? Oh! The air vents were doing it. The air currents from them pressing me into a more curving trajectory which would probably graze Gladys's orbit. I was passing the chit-chat bench. I flailed out for it, missed, and my movement seemed to twist my trajectory even more. I looked at Gladys, and she was smiling warmly, welcomingly. I thought of Helene and felt like a louse, an airborne louse, without wings, like a louse should be. You need wings to fly. If I'd had them, I think I'd have flown. Elsewhere. Sure, you can let your conscience be your guide, but what can you do when you're helplessly warped into a collision orbit with one of the loveliest women in the world, a welcoming planet in a closed system of your own peculiar manufacture? The Vizio started buzzing then, and I wondered agonizingly if it were Helene. On the other hand, it might be Jim O'Brien wondering why Gladys hadn't come back. With no answer, he might come over, but I doubted it. Jim's a bachelor and somewhat of a hermit. Ah, I missed on this go-around, but it was close. Gladys's smile told me she was paying no heed to the buzzing Vizio at all. The sun chandelier! I could reach it! I caught at one of its sunburst rays. It promptly snapped off, but the action had changed my orbit. Changed it, and how? Now I was in precisely the same orbit as Gladys, and gaining. She smiled back over her nicely rounded shoulder. It wasn't fair. I hadn't heard a sound outside, what with the Visio buzzing away like mad, but the front door was suddenly opened, and there was Helene starting to come in, a big package in her arms. "Stay out!" I cried. "Don't come in, Helene!" I was a split second too late. Her foot hit the null-grav area, and she was suddenly orbiting, her package tumbling off on a trajectory of its own, her pocketbook a satellite beside her. Helene was startled, certainly, but not beyond speech. "Bill Wright," she cried. "You're a beast. You bring me home on our wedding night and leave me for your silly machine, and without a single solitary drop to drink in the servo-mech, and I go out for something and come back to find you flying after that blonde hussy." She swept up around the chandelier, her orbit grazing it at perihelion, but apparently destined to be far remote at aphelion. "But dear," I started. "Don't dear me," she cried, and went out of my range of vision just as I overtook Gladys, and her outflung arms caught me painfully by the neck. Which is when Helene's orbit mercifully turned out to be a collision orbit with Gladys's, and she took Gladys away from me like a super Nike taking out a Stratojet bomber. They bounced against the ceiling. Gladys took the impact, rearward. Fortunately, Mother Nature had been kind. Helene bounced away from Gladys. Strands of blonde hair went with her. "Dark roots!" Helene cried triumphantly. Gladys said a bad word. I conjectured. "Say," I said, but the girls were shouting. I yelled, "Hey!" They quieted, but kept glaring balefully at each other and circled like a couple of female wrestlers waiting, but wholly unable, to pounce. "We're in a pickle," I started. "You're in a pickle," Helene corrected me. "Oh, stop it," I said. "I didn't start it," Helene said. "Logic." "Now look," I said. "We've got to get down. If one of us could only manage to grasp something that's fastened, the carpet, a window, a doorknob." I didn't finish. It was too painfully obvious that none of our orbits took us that close to the finite boundaries of my null-grav living room. Helene's, I noticed, was the closest. A germ of an idea came into my mind as I observed that Helene's handbag was still in a tight orbit around her. "Honey," I said. She raged at that and made futile fluttering motions as though she thought she might just be able to fly. Perhaps formality was indicated. "Mrs. Wright," I tried. Gladys laughed, and the irate Mrs. Wright, sweeping close to Gladys's orbit at perihelion, made a vicious swipe which neatly tore away a considerable portion of the upper part of Gladys's sunsuit, which portion went fluttering away on a bat-like trajectory of its own. I forgot the portion. The point of departure was more absorbing. Helene gasped and told me to concentrate on getting us down. But my powers of concentration were rather difficult to influence, since I was in a fixed orbit, and, like Mercury or old Luna, my face was turned inward, and Gladys's orbit was now considerably tighter than mine. "Well, do something, will you?" Helene cried. "At least stop leering." Now, I'm a reasonable man, even when befuddled by null-grav, so I tried to forget about orbiting hemispheres and to attack the problem of reaching terra firma. I closed my eyes, but promptly became so unoriented that I almost became ill. So I opened them again and concentrated on my primary, the sun chandelier. The Visio had stopped buzzing. I hoped that meant that Jim O'Brien, if it had been Jim, had figured that something was amiss and was now hurrying over in his cattycopter. He could throw us a line and haul us out. Then I threw that hope away. Jim's severely practical. And this was to have been my wedding night. Oh well. Could one of us somehow reach the sun chandelier and short it, thereby shorting the machine downstairs? Mentally reconstructing the house's electrical circuitry, I concluded that my lab was on a separate circuit. Hey, I am confused, I thought. Helene's handbag. I'd thought of it before. Of course, women carry all sorts of things. "Helene," I said. "Do you have a squeeze bottle in your bag? Perfume or hairspray or deodorant, maybe?" "Bill Wright, if you think for 1 minute that I'm going to—" "Have you?" I cut in. She sputtered. "Perfume," she finally said grudgingly. "Though with that eau de whatever Gladys is wearing, I should think—" "Oh, stop it. Now will you please get the perfume out?" She did. Then she went wandering off to aphelion in her orbit and momentarily out of my line of sight. When she came back toward perihelion with the chandelier, I said, "Now look, wriggle around a little, axially, if you can." That did it. Helene exploded into a verbal nova. "You lecherous beast!" she cried. "It isn't enough for you to dally with this shameless blonde hussy on our wedding night, not enough for you to float along looking like a blissful ogling ogre, making mental mockery of your wedding vows. No, you Bem! You have to ask your meek and retiring, your quiet and unassuming, your defenseless and self-effacing wife to act like a bumping and grinding burlesque queen." And my meek, retiring, quiet, unassuming, etc. wife went on etc.ing ad practically infinitum. When swiftly trajecting Helene's tirade paused for a lack of words and or breath, I said meekly above the gently orbiting blonde's chuckles, "But I was only trying to get us out of this mess. I wanted you to perform a slight axial rotation so that you could aim your, posterior at the cellar door when you next reach aphelion near it. Do you understand?" "No," she said, but did manage by some completely feminine and to me quite incomprehensible maneuvers, girdle grinding procedure maybe, to twist 90 degrees axially. "When I say go, squeeze the spray bottle," I directed, "and keep squeezing it hard and keep it pointing straight away from your longitudinal axis." "My what? Now, look, what do you think you'll "Wait," I cut her off. "For every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? I hope you'll widen your orbit when the reaction sets in." She was nearing aphelion. "Go!" I cried. She did squeeze the spray bottle and kept squeezing it quickly and strongly, but so far as I could judge, her orbit wasn't affected one whit. Something was accomplished, however, that made our situation more desperate. Those little droplets of potent perfume proceeded to bounce, scatter, splatter, and ricochet all over the place. The scent spread, overpoweringly. "And you talked about my perfume?" Gladys cried, and began to giggle again. My gaze wandered toward the lovely, albeit space-happy blonde. "Bill!" Helene cried as she swept across my line of sight. She looked like an avenging angel, a very lovely one. She made me feel humble and contrite. I went dutifully back to the problem. It seemed rather hopeless. Both Gladys and I were orbiting nearly parallel to the floor in what I was calling the plane of the elliptic. My brief encounter with the chandelier had twisted me into the plane, as had Gladys's unfortunate but exhilarating encounter with my irate bride. Helene's orbit was still tilted from the plane, like Pluto's, and was curiously elliptical like a comet's. Currents created by the allegedly draftless air conditioning system must have caused and must be maintaining the ellipse. Being a newcomer to our tight little system, Helene also still had considerable orbital speed, whereas air resistance would soon bring Gladys and me to a mid-air stop, probably in inferior opposition. I knew what Helene would think of that. I decided we couldn't do anything individually or jointly unless an outside agent were introduced or full advantage taken of something already present. We had cosmic debris for sure. The flip-flopping chaise lounge, which was in a tight orbit near the peak of the cathedral ceiling, the framed picture of the Viking rocket, could I ever use a little of its thrust now, fluttering close to the flapping, torn part away of the sunsuit down below the plane of the elliptic, and the big package Helene had brought. The last suddenly proved to be on a collision course with Gladys, curving in, then to bump against her derriere. Reaching back swiftly, she caught it like an errant salesman's hand. I waited expectantly. "Wonderful," she commented. "Wonderful," and pulled out a bottle of scotch. I watched in fascinated, gleeful anticipation as she unscrewed the cap and moved the bottle up towards celestial north to reach a normal drinking position. Naturally, the contents promptly departed, then splashed against the arch of the ceiling and went into 1,000-odd orbits, of which many made moist contact with my own. The perfume-scotch combination. Yikes! "Glad," I said. "Oh, it's glad now," Helene burst. I ignored her. "Glad. Get the package in your hands like a basketball." Yes, conceal your shame, Helene cut in acidly. Will you stop it? I cried. Now, Glad, listen. Aim it toward my orbit. Lead me a little. There, that ought to do it. Now, when I count down to 0, give it a shove. Ready? 3, 2, 1, 0. It was dead on. I looked in the bag, hoping to find a newly charged carbonation unit for the servomech bar. I didn't, but I found something else. Helene, I said, I love you. And I drew forth the loveliest magnum of champagne you'd ever hope to see. But Bill, Helene cried, that's to celebrate our wedding night. I appreciated the present tense, but said nothing, working on the wire which bound the cork. Bill, remember what happened to the Scotch, Gladys warned me. I ignored them both, thinking furiously. It had to be Helene. She would sweep to the apogee of her comet-like orbit near the cellar door again in seconds. I shook the magnum as violently as I could. Its cork went whooshing off on a ricochet romance with the Scotch cap. The freed and deeply disturbed champagne blasted off straight for the most remote point in Helene's orbit. And Helene was there, on target. I went whirling backwards with the reacting magnum against my chest, bounced against the wall, smacked against the chandelier, flip-flopped a few times, and found myself orbiting directly below Gladys. I reoriented myself with some effort, and found by twisting my head sharply that I could see the results of the improvised jet blast. Helene, drenched with champagne, stood in gravity on the cellar stairs. Dear, I ventured, just go down and ease off on the rheostat. That'll cancel out this gradually and let us down easily. She made a sputtering noise and went downstairs. I made a quick survey for a possible safe touchdown area just in case Helene inadvertently cut the power too fast. Chances were good that we'd hit one of the several sofas. Gladys and I were celestially north of the chit-chat bench when Helene completely killed the nullgrav. The bench with Visio suffered complete collapse. It wasn't meant for sitting down on from 12 feet up, especially with a blonde dropping immediately into one's lap. Lucky for me, both were nicely padded. I'm sorry, Bill, Gladys said September morning, and hurrying, disheveled and forlorn, out the front door. I heard her car start up as Helene came up from the basement. I ruefully surveyed the shattered Visio amid the other debris. Nullgrav, I said. Real nullgrav. Jim's got to know, but the Visio's ruined. I've got to go out and call him. Oh, no you don't, Helene burst. Nullgrav and Jim O'Brien can wait until tomorrow. She kissed me tenderly then. How right you are, I said, getting reoriented fast. Now you must excuse me. I've got to go degravitize the living room. They're due here for training in a few minutes, the Satellite 1 cadets. I worked out a keyer that remotely controls the nullgrav's rheostat. It's calibrated to permit creating any subgravitational effects from 1G down to null G. Those boys are really getting trained. Someday I'll duplicate the nullgrav over at the project. Jim O'Brien and I have nearly got the circuitry licked, and we'll have the living room all to ourselves. Jim and his blushing bride, Gladys, come over almost every evening after the cadets are through. We play nullgrav polo, orbital chess, and some other games we've adapted. Our favorite, though, is Pick Your Planet, where we take turns imitating the orbit of one of Sol's planets, planetoids, moons, or visiting comets, and pantomiming other clues. Funny, but most often Helene or Gladys chooses Venus. With them, poor cold old Pluto's out. Women are funny that way. End of The Gently Orbiting Blonde by John Victor Peterson.
In Cold Blood by Joseph Hall. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jenny Curtis. Short Stories from Life, In Cold Blood. With the door of her room locked, Viola Perrin opened the letter which she had taken from her husband's office table. It was not very securely glued, and she succeeded in loosening the flap without marring the envelope. When she had read it, she dropped the thing upon her dressing table and stared with dry, unseeing eyes into the mirror. Her world had crumbled. She did not burst into tears. She was one of those women who cannot weep. The thing that had happened to her left her racked, writhing, tearless. Suddenly the horror of the thing struck her with full force. St. John was untrue. He was intriguing with another woman, even while he was being the same courteous, attentive husband to her that he had always been. She rose and clenched her hands fiercely. She caught her lower lip cruelly between her teeth. For the first time in her life she wanted to scream. In an instant she was hot with anger and hurt pride. She rose quickly and dressed for the street. She hurried. She must get away. She had no right in this room, in this house, in the house of a man who did not love her. Outside she walked to the streetcar. She had no plan. She did not intend to go to his office. She was simply getting away from his home. She went into a department store and idly looked at some things without knowing what they were. It was a sale day, and the crowd in the store was immense. She came to herself when a sharp cry sounded at her right, and the throng surged in that direction. A woman had fainted, one of the saleswomen. She was a tall woman, thin and not bad-looking. She had been waiting on Viola the moment before, and she had simply crumpled behind the counter without a word. The cry had come from a cash girl who happened to see her fall. They lifted the woman and carried her limp and pitiful to the elevator, a policeman keeping back the crowd. She left the store and wandered again aimlessly about the streets. The sidewalks were crowded, mostly with women. It was getting warm, and the women all looked tired and wilted. Lines of them disappeared into certain doors, and Viola, looking in, saw that these doors were entrances to cheap restaurants. It was the lunch hour, and these women were taking their short recess. The display in the window of one of these places attracted her attention. It contained meats in various stages of preparation and dressing, and a wild assortment of vegetables. Some flies had gotten inside the glass and hovered about the viands. She turned away in disgust. She thought of her own lunch. When she was downtown, St. John always took her to lunch with him at one of the hotels. The white napery, the soft lights, the stealthy-footed waiters, the music, the silver sprang into her mind in vivid contrast to the cheap display she had just turned from. She shuddered. In the palm room of the Brenton, with the cool, shadowed comfort about her and an ice before her, the thought of her tragedy returned. She had been evading it all day, putting it away from her, shunning it, but it was always with her, reminding her that her world, the life she had lived, was shattered. What then? She must go away. It would be easier to go quietly, without giving any reason, simply leave. Of course St. John would understand, as would Myrtle Weiss, but their guilt would seal their tongues. Disappear? And then what? How would she live? What could she do? She was incompetent to teach. She knew nothing about office work. Of course she could clerk in a store. Suddenly a vision of what that life would mean to her passed deadeningly before her. She remembered the tall, thin woman who had fainted behind the counter without a word, the lines of wilted workers hastening in their worn clothes to their cheap lunches rose before her. She shivered. For 7 years she had lived in the lap of luxury. Nothing had been denied her. She had the best of clothes, the best of service, the choicest of food, the promptest of attention of every kind. Her home was one of the handsomest houses in the most restricted and stylish residence district of the city. Another thought came to her. No one knew that she had found the letter. The clock in the palm room showed the time to be 1:30. St. John, she knew, was out of town. She rose quickly and left the room. At the office, Miss Johnson, the stenographer, had just returned from the dairy lunch across the street. She was powdering her rather unattractive nose. Mrs. Perrin smiled at her as she entered her husband's room. Vaguely she envied this homely creature. The table was undisturbed, exactly as she had left it. She sealed the letter carefully and replaced it on the top of the little pile of mail upon the blotter. End of In Cold Blood, read by Jenny Curtis, Columbia, May 10th, 2023.
In This World, One Weeps and Another Laughs by Thomas Frederick Crane. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Paula Messina. In this world, one weeps and another laughs. Once the Lord, while he was making the world, called one of the apostles and told him to look and see what the people were doing. The apostle looked and said, "How curious! The people are weeping." The Lord answered, "It is not the world yet." The next day he bade the apostle look again and see what the people were doing. The apostle looked and saw the people laughing, and said, "The people are laughing." The Lord answered, "It is not the world yet." The third day he made him look again, and the apostle saw that some were weeping and some were laughing, and said, "Some of the people are weeping and some are laughing." The Lord said, "Now it is the world, because in this world one weeps and another laughs." End of In This World One Weeps and Another Laughs.
How the Lost Causes Were Removed from Valhalla by Lord Dunsany. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. How the Lost Causes Were Removed from Valhalla by Lord Dunsany. In the dark, at the dawn of time, before peoples began, the spirits of the nations rose up out of their lands and trooped away to Valhalla to be given each a cause. And when each one had his cause, then all was ready, and tribes arose in the valleys, and peoples began. The spirits were given their causes by those that were greater than they, each spirit choosing in turn from all the causes there were. It was thus, long since, in the dark, that the nations came by their causes. And some of those spirits chose well, and some chose ill, and others chose what causes were still to be had when the swifter spirits had chosen and flown away. All but the spirits of Ireland went thence with a cause that day. In intense greenery of emerald moss, and amongst scarlet mosses, in a low land circled by hills all misty morning and evening, with a moist wind blowing across that even then was mournful, dreaming of deeds of gods that were ancient even then, and brooding then as now upon things that cannot be, the spirit of Ireland sat. And a rumor came to him there such as passes from spirit to spirit, and he knew that the spirits had chosen, and feared Valhalla was bare. And wailing he went in haste, and came the last to Valhalla. Nothing had they to give him, they that were greater than he, but the lost causes that the other spirits had left. In all Valhalla were lost causes only. "Big Ob," said the spirit of Ireland, and his wild eyes twinkled and shone, "by the Holy Mother of God, they're after leaving the best." And eagerly he gathered them all, and tenderly carried them thence. And so there were no lost causes left in Valhalla to trouble the pitiful gods. End of How the Lost Causes Were Removed from Valhalla by Lord Dunsany.
The New Racket, also published as The Judge Laughed Last by Dashiell Hammett, from the Adventures of Sam Spade and Other Stories. Story copyrighted 1924. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Judge Laughed Last by Dashiell Hammett. The trouble with this country, Old Man Covey unexpectedly exploded, emphasizing his words with repeated beats of a gnarled forefinger on the newspaper he had been reading, is that the courts have got a stranglehold on it. Law? There ain't no law. There's courts and there's judges, and this thing you call law is a weapon they use to choke human enterprise, to discourage originality and progress. The portion of the morning paper upon which the old man's assault was concentrated, I saw with difficulty, held the report of a decision of the Supreme Court in connection with some labor difficulties in the West. Old Man Covey, I knew, couldn't be personally interested in either side of the dispute. He had as little to do with capital as with labor, which was very little. For 8 years now, since the day when the street preacher had turned Big Dog Covey from the ways of crime to become plain John Covey, and later Old Man Covey, he had subsisted upon the benevolence of a son-in-law. His interest in this case was, then, purely academic, but his attitude was undoubtedly tinged by his early experience with the criminal courts, which had been more than superficial, and I suspect that some especially bitter memory had engendered this outburst. So I rolled another cigarette and led him gently along the road of argumentation, the most direct path, I had learned, to the interior of his contrary old mind. Being a beak, I said, using the vernacular term for judge in an attempt to do all I could to stir up the portions of his remembrance that had to do with his days of youth and lawlessness, is a tough job. Laws are complicated and puzzling, and it isn't easy to straighten them out so that they fit particular cases. Most of the beaks do very well, I think. You think, do you? The old scoundrel snarled at me. Well, let me tell you, Sonny, you don't know a damn thing about it. I could tell you stories about beaks and their ways that would knock your eyes out. I put all the skepticism I could summon into a smile, confident, now, that I had him. You look at things from your side, I replied, and in those days you were on the wrong side. Now, I don't see that judges don't make mistakes now and then. They do. They're only human. But I never heard of a case where you could say that the judge had positively twisted the law around to... That turned the trick. He cursed and snorted and glared at me, and I grinned my insincere doubts, and the story finally came out. Me and Flogger Rourke was on the road together some years ago, with a gun apiece and a couple of big handkerchiefs to hide our mugs behind when we needed to. All-night grease joints was our meat, and we'd done ourselves pretty well. We'd knock over a couple of nights some nights. We'd drift into 'em separate at 3 or 4 in the morning, not letting on that we knew each other, and stall over coffee and sinkers till we was alone with the guy behind the counter. Then we'd flash the rods on him, take what was in the damper, and slide on. No big hauls, you understand, but a steady, reliable income. We worked that way for a few months. Then I got an idea for a new racket. And it's a darb. Flogger, he's an unimaginative sort of jobby. Can't see it at first, but I keep jawing on him till he gives in and agrees to take a whirl at it. You never seen Flogger, Rourke, did you? I thought not. Well, he's a good guy. What Limey Pine used to call a Benny Cove, but he ain't no flower to look at. I seen a cartoon of a burglar once, in a Waves, and that's the only time I ever saw a face like Flogger's. A good guy, but we had to be careful how we moved around, because the bulls have the habit of picking us up just on account of his face. Me? Nobody hadn't ever took me for a lamb myself, though alongside of Flogger, I look pretty sweet. These mugs of ours had been handicaps to us so far, but now, under my new scheme, we're going to cash in on 'em. We was in the Middle West at the time. We blow into the next burg on our list, look the main drag over, and go to work. Our guns are ditched down under a pile of rocks near the jungle. We make the drugstore. There's 2 nice little boys in it. I plant myself in front of one of them with one hand in my coat pocket, and Flogger does the same with the other. "Come through," we tells 'em. Without a squawk, one of 'em pushes down the no-sail key on the damper, scoops out every nickel that's in it, and passes it over to Flogger. "Lay down behind the counter and don't be in too much of a hurry about getting up," we tell 'em next. They do as they're told, and me and Flogger go on out about our business. The next day we pushed over 2 more stores and moved on to the next town. Every town we hit, we gave our new racket a couple of whirls, and it goes nice. Having an ace up our sleeves, we could take chances that otherwise would have been foolish. We can pull a couple or even 3 jobs a day without waiting for the rumpus from the first one to die down. Pickings were pretty in them days. Then, one afternoon in a fresh burg, we push over a garage, a pawn shop, and a shoe shop, and we get picked up. The bulls that nabbed us was loaded for bear, but outside of running until we saw it was no use, we went along with them as nice as you pleased. When they frisked us, they found the money from the day's jobs, but that was all. The rest was cached where we knew it would be when we wanted it, and our guns was still under the pile of stones 3 states away. We didn't have no use for them anymore. The guys we had stuck up that afternoon came in to look us over, and they all identified us right away. As one of them said, there was no forgetting our faces. But we sat tight and said nothing. We knew where we stood, and we were satisfied. After a couple of days, they let us have a mouthpiece. We picked out a kid whose diploma hadn't been with him long enough to collect any dust yet, and he didn't have to know much law for us. Then we laid around and took jail life easy. A few days of that, and they yanked us into court. We let things run along for a while without fighting back, until the right time came. Then our kid mouthpiece gets up and springs our little joker on him. His clients, he says, meaning me and Flogger, are perfectly willing to plead guilty to begging, but there is nothing to hold them for robbery on. They were in need of funds and went into 3 business establishments and asked for money. They had no weapons. The evidence doesn't show that they made any threats. Whatever motives may have prompted the person in the store to hand over the contents of the various cash registers to oblige them, the kid says, has no bearing on the matter. The evidence is plain. His clients asked for money, and it was given to them. Begging, certainly. And so his clients are liable to sentence of 30 days or so in the county jail for vagrancy. But robbery? No. Well, son, it was a riot. I thought the beak was going to bust something. He's a big bloated hick with a red face and a pair of nose pinchers. His face turns purple now, and the cheaters slide down his nose 3 times in 5 minutes. The district attorney does a proper war dance with the whoops and all. But we had 'em. The old man stopped with an air of finality. I waited a while, but he didn't resume the story, if there were, indeed, any more to it. So I prodded him. I don't see where it proves your contention, I said. There's no using the law as a weapon there. Wait, sonny, wait, he promised. You'll see before I'm through. They put their witnesses back on the stand again then, but there was nothing to do. None of 'em had seen any weapons, and none of 'em could say we had threatened 'em. They said things about our looks, but it ain't a crime to be ugly. They shut up shop for days then, and chased me and Flogger back to the jail. And we went back, as happy a pair as you have ever seen. We had the world by the tail, with the downhill pull. And we liked it. 30 days, or even 60, in a county jail on a vague charge didn't mean nothing to us. We had that happen to us before, and got over it. We were happy, but that comes from ignorance in our trusting natures. We thought maybe the court was a place where justice was done after all, where right was right, and where things went according to the law. We'd been in trouble with the law before, plenty, but this was different. We had the law on our side this time, and we counted on it sticking with us. But, well, anyway, they take us back over to court after a few more days. And as soon as I get a slant at the beak and the district attorney, I get sort of a chill up my back. They got mean lights in their eyes, like a couple of kids that had put tacks on a chair and was a-waiting for somebody to sit on 'em. Maybe, I think, they've rigged things up so's they can slip us 2 or 3 or even 6 months on vague charges. But I didn't suspect half of it. Say, you've heard this chatter about how slow the courts are, haven't you? Well, let me tell you, nothing in the world ever moved any faster than that court that morning. Before we had got fixed in our chairs, almost, things was humming. Our kid mouthpiece was bouncing up and down continuously, trying to get a word in, but not a chance. Every time he opens his mouth, the beak cracks down on him and shuts him up, even threatening to throw him out and fine him in the bargain if he don't keep quiet. The man we'd gone up against in the garage was the proprietor, but the ones in the hock shop and the shoe store were just hirelings. So they leave the garage man out of the game. But they put the other 2 in the dock, charged with grand larceny, have 'em plead guilty, sentenced 'em to 5 years apiece, and suspended the sentence before you could shift a chew from one cheek to the other. If, the beak says in answer to our mouthpiece's squawk, your client simply asked for money and these men gave it to him, then these 2 men are guilty of theft, since the money belongs to their employers. There is nothing for the court to do, therefore, but find 'em guilty of grand larceny and sentence 'em to 5 years each in state prison. But the evidence tends to show that these men were actuated simply by an overwhelming desire to help 2 of their fellow men, that they were induced to steal the money simply by the ungovernable impulse to charity. And the court, therefore, feels that it is justified in exercising its legal privilege of leniency and suspending their sentences. Me and Flogger don't understand what's being done to us right away, but our mouthpiece does, and as soon as I get a look at him, I know it's pretty bad. He's sort of gasping. The rest of the dirty work takes longer, but there's no stopping it. This old buzzard of a judge has our charges changed to receiving stolen property, a felony in that state. We were convicted on 2 counts, and he slips us 10 years in the big house on each, and hitches to run end to end. And does that old buzzard feel that the court should exercise its legal privilege of leniency and suspend our sentences? Fat chance. Me and Fogger goes over. The end of The Judge Laughed Last by Dashiell Hammett. The Parthian Shot by Dashiell Hammett. From Smart Set, October 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Parthian Shot by Dashiell Hammett. When the boy was 6 months old, Paulette Key acknowledged that her hopes and efforts had been futile. that the baby was indubitably and irredeemably a replica of its father. She could have endured the physical resemblance, but the duplication of Harold Key's stupid obstinacy, unmistakable in the fixity of the child's inarticulate demands for its food, its toys, was too much for Paulette. She knew she could not go on living with two such natures. A year and a half of Harold's domination had not subdued her entirely. She took the little boy to church, had him christened Don, sent him home by his nurse, and boarded a train for the West. The end of The Parthian Shot by Dashiell Hammett. Pink Ears by Murray Leinster. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Pink Ears by Murray Leinster. 1. The Stratford is a hotel for men only, and has the air of quiet seclusion that usually is associated with a conservative club. The lobby is small and far from ornate. The smoking room is large and comfortable. The dining room is low-ceilinged and quaint, a place where one can smoke comfortably. And the kitchen produces viands that are worthy of a special trip to taste. Altogether, the Stratford is a place for those who want comfort, quiet, and the best of everything. James Craig, from his air of well-being, had enjoyed it to the full. An hour before he had arisen from his table with that sensation of internal comfort that can come only from a well-ordered and well-cooked meal. He had chosen a cigar with discrimination, and lighted it with care. He had spent possibly 20 minutes or more in the smoking room, idling over his newspaper, in comfortable repletion, and then had scribbled a note at the writing desk. With the methodical air of one to whom life is an excuse for the preparations of systematic actions, he drew out a small notebook and exacted a stamp. He affixed the stamp and made a note in the book. It read, "Postage on letter to firm, 2 cents." The note was just beneath 3 others. Dinner, $3.45. Tip, 25 cents. Cigar, 25 cents. He reached toward a button to summon the bellboy, and then changed his mind. It was almost possible to read his thoughts from his actions. He glanced out of the window nearby and saw the last golden rays of the evening sun striking upon the street and passers-by. One who watched him would have guessed at his mental process so. I'll have a bellboy mail this. No, this is a beautiful day. A walk after dinner will do me good. I'll stroll out and mail it, or stroll out anyway. He tucked the envelope carefully in his pocket, rose, and sauntered out of the doorway. He moved slowly, carelessly, idling with the relish of a man who finds little time to idle. He was gone less than 10 minutes altogether. When he came back in the door and passed through the lobby, his expression had grown subtly more content. The 10 minutes' exercise had shaken down his dinner. His cigar had proved all that the brand warranted, and he was at peace with the world. As he made his way to the elevator, he was even humming a little. 3, he commented as the car shot upward. By the way, is there a good show in town tonight? Yes, sir, I reckon so. There usually is. You might ask at the desk. The elevator door clanged open at the 3rd floor, and he went out. The elevator boy saw him fitting a key into the lock of his room. He was still humming. The elevator door shut, and the cage dropped to the lobby floor again. "Gosh," said the elevator boy to his confrere, the chief bellhop, "dem traveling men sho has it easy. They goes to de shows and just charges it in de expense accounts. You better tote out half a pint. Dis gentleman in 380 looks like he might be interested." The chief bellhop rose. "Bless God for prohibition," he commented piously. "If it weren't for the law, us hotel help would have to live on our tips." He sauntered to a small private closet, and a little later stepped briskly up the stairs. It was certainly not more than 2 minutes from the time the elevator boy saw Craig unlock the door, humming a little, to the time the bellhop knocked softly. But where the elevator boy carried away an impression of carefree contentment and casual cheer, the bellhop straightened involuntarily when he heard a voice from within. "Come in!" The voice was a harsh croak, a rasping gasp, metallic and inhuman. The bellhop pushed open the door cautiously and peered in. The room looked as if a whirlwind had struck it. Sheets, rugs, pillowcases were thrown helter-skelter about the place, and at the moment James Craig was on his knees before a suitcase. Where he had looked carefree and at peace with the world, he now looked ghastly. His face was pasty, chalky white. His eyes seemed to have sunken into his head, and they stared at the bellhop with a strange deadness. "I've been robbed," he croaked harshly. "I've been robbed." The bellhop ducked instinctively. "Bless God," he gasped. "Do you mean it?" A choked sob burst from the throat of the chalky-faced man. "I've been robbed," he repeated in a certain strange calm. Then he sobbed again. His whole body writhed with the sound. "My God! $80,000! The bellhop jumped a foot in the air at the mention of that sum, and departed swiftly. The result of his flight was seen a moment later in a pale and worried desk clerk who came hurriedly into the room. Craig was moving dumbly about, looking hopelessly here, there, everywhere. You've been robbed, sir?" $80,000! Craig seemed stunned by the calamity. "I'm ruined! Ruined! $80,000! He sat down suddenly in a chair and stared before him with lackluster eyes. The desk clerk, alarmed as he was for the reputation of the house, could not but feel sympathy for the man who had changed so absolutely in so few minutes. His very lips were gray. His eyes seemed to have retreated into his skull. His voice was a pitiable parody of a living man's voice. It was dead, harsh, lifeless. "Carrying bonds from New Orleans to New York," he said dully. "Nobody knew I had 'em. Can't sleep on trains, and stopped over to have a night's rest. I went out for dinner. The bonds are gone." "I'll send for the police," the desk clerk assured him. "We've a splendid detective force here. If anybody can find them, Jameson can." Craig's fingers unclenched, and he automatically began to look through the articles in his suitcase again, in the utterly forlorn hope that he might yet be mistaken, and might yet find the bonds. $80,000, he said apathetically. "I'm ruined. They'll suspect me, even me, of stealing them. And nobody knew I had them." He groaned. "Nobody knew I had them." The clerk slipped from the room and telephoned frantically, while he gave orders that assured the continued presence of every one of the hotel employees, and a careful note of every guest who left the place. He would be able to give the police a list of every man who had slipped out, and would be able to produce all the hotel help. It was quick and efficient work. But once it was done, the desk clerk allowed himself to think, sympathetically, of the man in the room above. He had seen Craig stroll into the elevator, pleasantly flushed by his dinner and walk. And now that chalk-white man with sunken eyes, croaking of ruin and disgrace. The desk clerk shook his head in genuine regret. 2. A rather shabby young man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth strode into the room without the formality of knocking. He nodded ungraciously to Craig. "I'm Jameson," he said gloomily. "Police headquarters. They sent me down to find out about this robbery. What's up?" Craig, no more than a wreck of a debonair man of a half-hour before, told his story, with his eyes glowing strangely from sunken sockets. Jameson listened from a comfortable chair, gazing at the ceiling. "You went out?" he queried when Craig had finished. "Why didn't you leave the bonds in the hotel safe?" "I should have," groaned Craig wretchedly. "But no one knew I had them with me. Only the president of my firm and myself knew I had them. We thought that if I just went on up to New York quite casually, as if on an ordinary business trip, there'd be no suspicion of my having anything valuable with me. God, if I'd only known." "How long were you gone?" asked Jameson, fishing in his baggy pocket for tobacco and paper to roll another cigarette. "I don't know," said Craig desperately. "I finished my dinner, wrote a note, and went out to the street. I asked the way to the nearest mailbox and dropped my letter in. Then I came back, came up to my room, and the bonds were gone. I'm ruined. I'll be suspected of stealing them myself." Jameson yawned and rolled a cigarette with one hand, watching his own fingers with the absorbed attention of one who has but recently acquired the feat. "Well," he said in a moment, after licking the paper, "I guess we got a job ahead of us. What train did you come in on?" "I got in about 4:30. "That's number 27, commented Jameson. "You came to the hotel right away?" "Yes, I registered, washed up, and had my dinner. And—" "Bonds negotiable?" queried Jameson uninterestedly. "What issue and number?" Craig told him. "N.O. and W. 4.5S. Jameson yawned again. 29,487 to 29,522. All right?" Craig rose as Jameson stood up negligently. Craig looked like a wreck. His face was a sickly white. His eyes burned from cavernous depths. His lips were trembling a little. "They've got to suspect me," he said desperately. "Only one man beside myself knew I had those bonds. They're gone. Stolen. Man, you've got to clear me. Search the room. Put me under arrest. Do something." "I'll put you under surveillance," said Jameson, "if you like." He yawned. "Just to prove to your firm you didn't hide out on 'em, I'll send a man up in a little while." "I can give an account of every movement since I've been in the city," said Craig suddenly. "Look here, I've got an account of all my expenditures. You can check me up. Here's my dinner, here's the tip, and the postage stamp on the letter to my firm. Here's the magazine I bought. You can check up at the time on every one of them. You can trace my movements that way." Jameson glanced uninterestedly at the open page held by Craig's shaking hand. "Don't get so excited," he said grouchily. "Don't you know that if you had swiped the stuff, you'd have faked a book like that?" He eyed the page for a minute and sat down again, as if a new chain of questioning had occurred to him. "Say, do you often come through here?" he inquired. "Yes, on an average of once a month." "Stop at this hotel?" "Yes." Craig began to look hopeful. "Do you suppose some one of the help?" "How big a package were the bonds?" "There were 80 of them. They make quite a wad of paper." "Make a man's pocket bulge out?" "Surely." "The hotel clerk kept all the employees waiting," observed Jameson. "Was your place much messed up when you got back?" "Practically like this. I left the bonds in my suitcase. When I opened the door, I saw the place was torn upside down. Everything thrown all about." "You'd left your suitcase open?" queried Jameson. "They'd look in there first." "The bonds were under a shirt, in the folds of a shirt. At first glance, they wouldn't have seemed to be there." Jameson puffed thoroughly for a moment. "Ever use your firm's stationery here?" "Yes. Why?" "Just thinking," said Jameson. "You see, if you dropped a letterhead in a wastebasket, whoever cleaned up the room might connect you up. Say your firm is a bank. You come through here every so often. Suppose you leave a letterhead. Banks sometimes send currency from one place to another by messenger. A chambermaid or a bellhop might notice." Craig's face brightened. Jameson wore an air of innocent pride. "You have to think of those things," he said modestly. "I'll tell you. You go down and get the desk clerk and a cop. Tell the desk clerk to have the darkies that cleaned up his floor come in, one by one. Come back with the clerk and the cop." Craig obediently started for the door, hesitated, glanced back, then went out. Jameson allowed himself the luxury of a grunt when the door closed, and the expression of innocent pride vanished, utterly, from his features, leaving them somewhat bored and entirely disgusted. "Sloppy work," he commented gloomily to himself. "I wonder where he keeps his shaving soap. That's the answer, 10 to 1. He began to rummage in Craig's suitcase. 3. When Craig pushed open the door again with the room clerk and the policeman, Jameson was standing by the bureau, where there was a light. He seemed to be examining something in his hand. Craig looked vastly more hopeful, though his face was still a deadly white, and his eyes were sunken deeply into his head. "This officer," he announced, "saw me when I went out to mail the letter. Tell him about it, officer." "I saw him mail the letter, sir," said the policeman. "I was standing by the mailbox when he came up. He asked me for a light, sir, and lighted his cigar with it. It had gone out. Then he put his letter in the box. 'Twas a small letter, sir, in one of the hotel envelopes." Jameson nodded uninterestedly. "Oh, all right," he said wearily. "Nobody thought he mailed them away and then called for the police to find them. Say," he turned to the hotel clerk, "when did you open up this part of the hotel?" "About 6 months ago." "New help?" queried Jameson. He sank into a chair and yawned. "Partly," said the clerk. "The chambermaid's been here a long time. The cleaner for this floor is Sam Whitehouse. You know him, I think. He's a pretty good Negro. Been fined a couple of times for shooting craps, but that's all." Jameson sat up. "Sam Whitehouse," he said with more energy than he had displayed before. "Why didn't you say so? Look here." He took an envelope from his pocket and scribbled a few words on the back, then handed it to the officer. "You can attend to it better than anyone else," he commented. "See to it, won't you? I'll wait here." He laid back in his chair and frowned at the clerk. "I wish you hotel people wouldn't hire known criminals," he complained. "They're always making trouble. If there's a smart darky in the city, it's that same Sam. He'd steal the brass plate off a coffin and get away with it. I guess we'll have him now, though. He rolled a cigarette and puffed gloomily on it, until the policeman returned. Got him, sir, and he had the bonds. A thick wad of them, sir. Craig sprang to his feet. What? He's got the bonds, said Jameson wearily. You see, I guessed right when I said you'd probably left a letterhead or something. He just waited for you to come back to town and went through your room. Craig's face was puzzled for an instant. Then he sat back into his seat and mopped his forehead, patting it with his handkerchief. Thank God, he gasped. Well, we're through, said Jameson. Not much of a case, this. You can get your bonds in the morning at the police station. He strolled out the door with the policeman and the room clerk. Craig watched the door close behind them and sprang to his feet in a noiseless bound. Good God, he muttered desperately. How? How? With a cat-like leap, he sprang to the cheap bureau in the room. With a jerk, he pulled out the empty drawer. He stared at it for an instant, and then brought it down with a crash upon his knees, splintering the bottom utterly. The real bottom of the drawer came out in fragments, and a layer of veneer that fitted neatly over it was twisted and wrecked as well. And tumbling out onto the floor were the 80 neatly engraved bonds, falling from their hiding place in the neatly contrived false bottom, just where Craig had placed them 2 hours before. And yet... I thought so, said Jameson's voice wearily. It was a sloppy job. There was an infinitely bright flash, and the room was full of smoke. 4. You're mugged now, observed Jameson. I guess a flashlight picture will go well in court. His ears were pink, explained Jameson, his tone indicating the ultimate of boredom. His ears were nice and pink. That gave him away. Craig was huddled in a chair in the police station. The big policeman stood guard beside him, and the desk sergeant listened sympathetically to Jameson's tale of woe. My God, said Jameson disgustedly. I haven't seen a really neat job in so long you'd think everybody with brains had turned honest. Look at him now. He passes through here once a month for 6 months or so, carrying stuff from New Orleans to New York and back. He was a regular at the hotel, and the clerk always gave him the same room, and he saw it had one of those cheap, made-by-the-million bureaus in it, and he set to work from there. He flung away his perpetual cigarette and grunted. He took some measurements from the inside and got a piece of veneer to fit the bottom of one of the drawers. Then, today, he climbed off the train, went to the hotel, took his bonds and laid them neat in the drawer, trimmed up the veneer to fit exactly, and glued it down on top of them. To look at it, it was a perfectly empty drawer, and nobody looks for secret compartments in hotel furniture, particularly of the made-by-the-million kind. He wandered downstairs, ate his dinner while the glue dried, smoked a cigar, and went back to his room and yelled bloody murder. He thought he'd get away with the story that his room had been robbed while he was out. The desk sergeant shook his head sympathetically. Tisk, tisk, he said commiseratingly. He had a good make-up on, commented Jameson morosely. He looked like the wrath of God, and he played his part pretty well. But he overdid it, of course. He showed me a notebook to check up his movements by, and he'd made an entry in it while there was still a bit of glue on his finger. The smudge told a lot, since I'd already made up my mind he was trying to steal for himself. Say, he addressed the prisoner, were you thinking maybe your firm would prosecute you for the theft and be unable to get a conviction for lack of evidence? The prisoner seemed to shrink a little further into himself. but did not reply. "That was it," said Jameson gloomily. "Once he'd been tried, you know, they couldn't have done a thing, no matter how much proof they got that he had recovered and was selling the bonds later." "He gave himself away, you say?" the desk sergeant asked. "Dead away," admitted Jameson depressingly. "I knew he'd done it the minute I first saw him, and if that wasn't enough, I sent him out to get a room clerk, and he stopped in the doorway to take a last look straight where he'd put the bonds. And the first place he looked when he came back was the same spot. It was a shame to pinch him. He was so innocent." "But can you jug him?" queried the desk sergeant. "Jug him? I could hang him," asserted Jameson with the profoundest disgust. "I got Murphy to frame a story that he'd found the bonds on a bellhop. And then Murphy—" "Me name's Orion, sir," interrupted the policeman. "Then Orion sprang the plant, and we went out. Craig went straight to look at the bonds, and made sure they were safe. All I had to do was take Orion out by the hand and wait 2 minutes, and then swing in the door and pull the flash pistol. I had Craig neatly mugged with the bonds in his hand. Could I jug him, you ask?" "You could," agreed the desk sergeant, "but you keep saying all along that you knew he'd hidden out the bonds. How'd you know that?" "His ears were pink," said Jameson wearily. "If you saw a man who'd just been robbed of a fortune, you'd expect him to look sort of pale, wouldn't you?" "I would that." "This man was made up pretty good. His eyes looked sunken way back into his head, and he was pale to just the right extent. He'd made himself up with #1 dead white that he carried in his shaving soap tube, but he'd left his ears pink, a nice healthy pink, and I had only to take one look to know what was up." "'Twas careless," said the desk sergeant. "Careless? It was criminal." Johnson seemed to be mourning over the decay of crime. "I haven't had a real good case in a coon's age. Crooks haven't got brains anymore." And he shook his head with an almost abysmal gloom. The end of Pink Ears by Murray Leinster. The Price of Principle, a Boston Blackie story, by number 6606, from The American Magazine, July 1914. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Price of Principle, a Boston Blackie story, by number 6606, Jack Boyle. A massive safe, seemingly impregnable, was in the corner of the darkened office. Before it stood Boston Blackie, chief of the mob of Peter the Cracksman. Gray-haired, stern-faced, laconic, and efficient, Blackie made his criminal profession an exact science. Given a strong box of certain dimensions, certain thicknesses, and certain make, he knew to a fraction of a drop how much soup, as the professionals styled nitroglycerin, would force the steel door from its hinges and drop it with the least possible noise on a bed of mattresses placed there by his assistant. In his eyes, a drop too much was a stupid blunder, a drop too little an inexcusable catastrophe. Snapping on the electric torch, he carefully examined the plaster of soap with which he had made airtight the tiny crack between the door and the safe walls. In the center of the door, at the top, was fashioned a soap cup capable of holding a couple of tablespoons of liquid. At the inner and lower edges of this cup, a tiny orifice, unsoaped, in the crack of the door, made room for the explosive to trickle down behind it. Satisfied with his inspection, the chief turned to one of the two men behind him. "Give me the soup, Cushions." The youngster, called Cushions, produced a bottle with hands that were not quite steady. Uncorking it, the cracksman poured a couple of teaspoons into a physician's measuring glass. Then, examining his measure with infinite care, he added a couple of drops, and was satisfied. Returning the bottle to the youth, he poured the heavy fluid into the soap cup. A few drops spilled on the cement floor by a shaky hand would have ended the careers of the trio. But Blackie's hands didn't shake. Taking a fulminate cap from his pocket, he placed it firmly against the crack through which the explosives had flowed into the safe, and crushed the soap cap over it to hold it in place. The 6-inch fuse dangled from the cap. "KY, give Jimmy the signal," was the next command. The third man, who until now had neither spoken nor moved, slipped silently away toward the front doors of the store. A moment later, a peculiar tapping made with the backs of the fingernails was heard on the glass. It was the opium smoker's rap, a signal familiar the country over to users of the drug. In answer, from across the street came a few whistled bars of a popular song. "Everything's okay," reported KY, noiselessly re-entering the office. In his absence, Blackie and his helper had covered the entire safe with heavy blankets, filched from the store's shelves. "Get the mattresses," ordered Blackie. The two men dragged in a big double mattress and laid it on the floor in front of the safe door. "A little to the right and a couple of inches further back," instructed the mob leader, measuring the door with his eye. "Get down behind that counter out there and lie close to the floor. Here she goes," he said, striking a match and igniting the fuse. Then, with the same match, he relighted the cigarette between his lips and, without haste, slipped through the doorway and dropped down behind the counter where his pals lay waiting. There was a hissing, sputtering sound as the fuse burned, then a smoldered detonation that rattled the store windows, followed by a puff of smoke, and the great outer door of the safe, torn from its place by the irresistible power behind it, sagged outward and dropped squarely in the center of the mattress, still swathed in the torn folds of the blankets. In a second, Blackie was at the interior door of the safe, testing the combination with fingers of expertise. Taking a light sledge from among the tools laid out ready on the floor, he laid it flat against the door, near the top, and brought it down with a sharp tap on the combination. It dropped, cut off as cleanly as by a knife. Then, with a steel punch, he forced the broken shank back into the lock, using a leather-covered hammer to deaden the noise. A few turns of the knob, and the broken tumblers and discs slipped apart. A moment's prying, and the wrecked door swung open. The safe was cracked. Unhurried and without excitement, but quickly, Boston Blackie forced drawer after drawer, tossing out flat packages of bills to the men behind him, and finally emerging himself with a coin sack marked gold. This he dropped into a concealed pocket inside the lining of his overcoat. "That's all. Let's go, boys," he said. The tools were left on the office floor. Sledges and hammers, drills, and a few punches are cheaply bought at midday. They are hard to explain away, however, if found on a man in the vicinity of a wrecked safe at 3 o'clock in the morning. Diagonally across the street from the store they had just left, an automobile engine began to cough. Crossing to the machine in which sat a driver, muffled and goggled, Blackie and his companions climbed into the Tonto and the car shot away into the night. Half an hour later, the quartet sat on their hips in a circle, and opium lay out in their midst, while the erstwhile chauffeur, called Jimmy the Joke, rapidly toasted the pungently Swedish brown pills, as the pipe passed round and round and round the circle from lip to lip. There was no discussion of the job they had just turned, no excitement or exultation over its success. It was all part of a day's work with them, and, anyway, opium smokers in the throes of a habit have no desire for speech. Boston Blackie, whose piercing black eyes and New England birthplace had won him his nickname, lay in the position of precedence to the left of the cook. Next came K.Y. Lewis, second in command, whose drawling Southern accent betrayed his Kentucky boyhood. Pillowed on him was the Cushion's Kid, so called because once, when the rest piled into a freight car to make a short trip, he paid his last $5 bill for a railway ticket, and went hungry for 24 hours in consequence. And lastly, there was Jimmy the Joke, who had been christened James Tenner. Long years before, he had done a job in a Western penitentiary. The judge sentenced him to 10 years. "Is that meant as a joke, Your Honor?" queried the prisoner blandly. "A joke?" ejaculated the old judge. "Yes, Your Honor," replied the prospective convict. "Didn't I just understand you to say a tenner for a tenner?" An hour passed. Each of the four was beginning to feel the physical relaxation and mental exhilaration that binds its victims to opium. A knock, the fiend's rap, sounded on the door. "Come in," called Blackie. The owner of the joint in which they lay entered, a haggard-faced skeleton of a man called Turkey Neck Martin. "Good evening, Blackie," he commented, after carefully closing the door. "Hello, boys. How's every little thing? The joke chefin', as usual, eh? Some cook you are, Jimmy, old boy. Need any more hop yet, Blackie?" "That's not what you butted in here for. What is it you've got to say?" This from Blackie. The human wreck half cowered under the reprimand. "Well, it's this way, fellas. Not that it's really any of my business," he began hesitantly. "But knowing what a right crowd you fellas are, and knowing how you put up dough for the Denver kids' bonds, and—" "Aw, cut that stuff and get down to what you're trying to say," growled Blackie. "It's this way," began Turkey Neck again. "The pinch came off yesterday. They got him right, and it's a trip over the bay to the big house if he ain't squared. He's broke, and the boys are taking up a purse." "Who's pinched, you gabbering fool?" interrupted Blackie. "Why, Mitt and a half Kelly. He's—" "What?" cried Blackie, raising himself on his elbow and glaring at the frustrated joint keeper with more excitement than any of his listeners had ever seen him show. "You come to me from that white-livered rat? Why, he just misses being a copper. I don't put it past him to stool at that. We're a different breed here from that skunk. Tell him from me that he's safer behind the bars than—" But the joint keeper had slipped from the room, and Blackie choked back the flow of his indignation. His three friends waited in silence for the explanation they knew would come. Blackie took the next pill in a long draw, inhaling the smoke until his lungs seemed bursting, then exhaled slowly in short puffs. "I'm going to tell you the story, boys, of a fellow who had principles and paid for them, the same as we all must pay for anything that's worthwhile having," he commenced. "The man I mean is Three-Fingered Mac." "Poor old Mac! I remember him when he got his jolt," chimed in Jimmy. "He did one before that," went on Blackie. "It was characteristic of him that, having smoked, he dropped the argot of the joint bit by bit, and reverted to the clean speech of his college days. 15 years is what they gave him. It was a bank safe job, 15 years. That's 9 years, 5 months solid, allowing for good conduct copper. A judge said 15 in a fraction of a second, but it was a long, long stretch when you have to do it, 1 day at a time. Mac had a woman, loyal and true as steel, who did his jolt too from the outside, 1 day at a time. That's the worst of this rotten business. Our women have to do our time the same as we do, if they're worthwhile, which Mac's wife was. Almost all the money he'd laid away went to his mouthpieces, lawyers, at the trial. So she opened a little millinery shop and took care of herself and the kids while Mac was buried. She wrote every week and never missed a visiting day in all those long years. Well, at last he got his time in, and they turned him out at the gate to start life with a $5 gold piece and a con suit. I ran across them on the train to the city, Mac, his wife, and a long-legged boy who had been an infant when Mac went across. I was looking for a man to fill my mob just then, and felt him out. He shook his head. "Blackie," he said, "I'm done. I have lost my nerve, and you know I've always been right. But look at that little woman there. She waited and worked for me for 9 years and 5 months. She saved enough to buy a little chicken ranch up Petaluma way, and I'm going in for the simple life, with her and the boy to hold me straight when I get restless for the old exciting days." I shook hands with him and told him how lucky he was to have a woman like that, continued Blackie. Then he asked me where Mitten-a-Half Kelly was living. He had a message for him from a pal who was doing 20 up above. "He's living at the Palm, same house with me," I said, "but he's undercover. You and the folks come to the show with me, and I'll take you up to see him afterward." "Not tonight," he said. "I'm going to spend this night at home with them," nodding over his shoulder to his wife and son. "I'll meet you tomorrow night, though, for we leave for the country the next morning." We went to the Orpheum the next night, and Mac missed half the show explaining to me how much money could be made with chickens. Afterward, we went up to the Palm, looking for Kelly. He was out. I asked Mac down to my room, but he refused. He knew I was due to smoke and didn't want to tempt himself with even the smell of hop, he said. So I let him into Kelly's room with a pass key and went downstairs to my own layout. It was midnight then. It couldn't have been more than half an hour, for I was still smoking off my first card when I heard a copper's tread on the stairs. Then 2 more of them. I planted the layout and lamped it through the transom. I could see them at the head of the stairs, hammering on Kelly's door, and every man had his gun out. Mac opened the door, and in less time than it takes me to tell it, they had 3 rods at his head and the cuffs on his wrist. Then, after searching the room, they took him away, along with a bundle of clothes they had found. I stepped down from the transom, laughing to myself. I knew the coppers were working a bum rap, for Mac had been with me all night. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that they would have to turn him loose in the morning. When they had gone, I slipped downstairs, for I wasn't any too eager to interview the chief myself just then. All the way down the stairs there was a plain trail of blood, and in the doorway a big splotch where a man had stood while he used his latchkey. I knew then that somebody had got in bad and had been hurt. I spent the rest of the night at the joint and got the first editions of the papers. I found what I was looking for plastered all over the front page. A Peter mob had been surprised at work on a safe out in the South Side by a harmless bull, uniformed policeman. Just as the midnight watch was changing, there was a lot of shooting. The copper got his and died on the operating table at the hospital. One of the mob, too, was hurt, the paper said, for a small trail of blood led up the street in the direction they had gone. A later edition announced the capture of Three-Fingered Mac, a desperate criminal just released from the penitentiary. In his room at the Palm Hotel, he was caught stripping off his blood-soaked clothing. A policeman noticed the blood on the sidewalk, had traced it up the stairs to Mac's room. In the room he found a bloody handkerchief and a .44 Colt with every shell exploded. The prisoner had no visible wounds except a gash on his head, probably made by a nightstick. The blood on his clothing, it was explained, came from the wounds of the dead policeman, with whom the prisoner had a hand-to-hand struggle as he fled. I knew then that poor old Mac wasn't going to start for that chicken ranch the next day. I went downtown and sent a lawyer up to him, and then went out myself to break the news to that little woman of his. She hadn't been in bed and was waiting for him. It was the roughest job I ever tried, to hand her that paper. "He's innocent as you are, ma'am," I said. "He was with me from 8 o'clock till midnight, and this job was done before 12. I took her up to the lawyer's office, and we waited all day for him to get to Mac. When the mouthpiece finally came in, he had a worried frown, and I could see more trouble ahead. "You've given me a crazy man for a client," he said, irritably. "He swears he is innocent, but admits he knows the guilty man. Says this mysterious friend came in with a bullet wound in the arm, and that he dressed and bandaged the hurt. Then the fellow changed clothes, threw his revolver in the bureau drawer, and skipped out, knowing the police would follow the trail of blood he left behind. While Mac was washing the blood off his hands, the coppers came battering at the door. He opened it, and Bull Dunnigan rapped him in the head with his stick, cutting a long gash in the scalp. Then he was pinched. Not a bad yarn, that, true or not. But here he crabs it all. He absolutely refused to tell who the other man is. Says he'll take the jolt rather than turn informer. Can you beat that for idiocy? He says he has an alibi, that he was at the theater with a friend and didn't leave him between 8 and midnight. That's true, I'm that friend, I interrupted. We went to the theater, sat through the whole performance. Here are our seat checks. And then went up to the hotel. It was just midnight when Mac went upstairs to the room to wait for his friend. I know he couldn't have had a hand in that job. Your testimony will help Mac, the lawyer went on after a moment's thought, but you know you're not exactly a witness that will carry weight with the jury. Mac says there was a bullet hole in the right sleeve of the coat belonging to his friend. Mac's coat is bloody, but there's no hole in the cloth and no wound in his arm. If I had that coat, I'd acquit him. But listen to this. Mac says Bull Dunnigan is trying to force him to betray this friend of his. He told the detectives the same story he told me. Dunnigan came out flatly and told him he believed he was telling the truth, but that somebody would have to swing for killing that policeman. It's either you or your friend. Take your choice, said Dunnigan. You'll come through or you'll swing, and I don't give a finger snap whether you are innocent or guilty. I'll get you. And Mac swears he'll never stool. Can you beat it? Mac's woman had been leaning forward, looking at the lawyer with a light in her eyes that would have burned asbestos. She had aged 10 years since I saw them on the boat 2 days before, all so happy and carefree. My poor boy, she cried. I can't lose him again. I won't, not when I know he isn't guilty. Oh, Mr. S., save him some way, save him from himself. You'll have to do it all yourself, for Mac won't help you. He'll never snitch on a friend. I know him. I can't see him go back to prison, Only yesterday I was so happy, so hopeful, and now, oh, it drives me mad." Then she broke down, and the tears came. I was glad. Anything is better than the terrible dry-eyed grief of a woman who sees her man being torn from her, and unjustly at that. She told the lawyer all their plans about the chicken ranch, and he perked up a bit. He told her not to worry, and finally sent her home, heartened up some because he assured her that her testimony would help more than anything that had turned up. When she was gone, he turned to me. "Any of that yarn true?" he asked. "Absolutely every word of it." "If I can get the coat with the bullet hole in it, I'd acquit him. But, Blackie, will we ever see that coat?" He looked at me questioningly. "Not if those framing coppers are wise that it will acquit Mac. Dunnigan will railroad him for this as sure as eggs make omelets, unless he snitches, and he won't," I replied. A month later, they put Mac on trial. All through that month, I had been expecting Kelly to show up and do something. I thought he'd get his mob together and stick up the patrol wagon taking Mac to and from the county jail to court. But he didn't show. The trial wasn't long. The papers all took it for granted that Mac was guilty, and the jurors admitted reading about the case, but declared that they had no fixed opinions and would give him a fair trial. That word fixed must have saved many a juror's conscience, if any of them have any. The coppers testified about the trail of blood that they had traced almost from the scene of the crime to the room where they found Mac washing his bloody hands and wiping the blood spots from his clothes. Then they produced the revolver and the empty shells and proved that the policeman was killed with the same size gun and that it smelled of fresh powder when they found it in the room. Then Dunnigan filled in all the gaps in the chain of evidence. First he told what a desperate criminal Mac had been, and produced his photographs in stripes taken at the penitentiary. The judge refused to permit this as evidence then, but the jury had all seen it before it was ruled out. Then he swore that Mac had a scalp wound received before he was arrested, presumably from intimations by the prosecution in the death struggle with the murdered policeman. Then Dunnigan settled Mac's chances with the foulest perjury I ever heard. He told how he reached the dying policeman's cot in the hospital 10 minutes before he died. "Did he know who shot him?" asked the prosecutor. "He didn't know them by name," answered the detective slowly, turning so the jury would be sure to get every word. "But he said the man was a big fellow with dark clothing, and he said also that 2 fingers were missing on his gun hand, and that he had a scar from his eye to his chin on the right side of his face." There sat Mac in full view of the jury, with his mutilated hand in plain sight, and a scar on his face turned fiery red as he heard the lie that damned him for life. I knew it was all off then. The lawyer did his best, but we were beaten before we started to put a defense in. I told my story, the exact truth. But they sprung my record on me, and I knew by their looks that the jury wasn't even paying attention to me and my story. Mac's woman made a great witness. I tell you, boys, no one who heard her tell about their plans for the chicken ranch and how her husband had determined to live a square life could help believing her. There was something that choked up my throat in the desperation with which she fought every step of the way for her man. The jury seemed impressed for a few moments, but it didn't last until they commenced balloting. The landlady of the Palm was called to prove that Mac did not rent or own the bedroom where he was caught. As ill luck would have it, Kelly had got me to rent the room for him, he being under cover, and old Mother McGunn showed my name on the books and swore she didn't know whether 1 or 20 men visited the room as long as the rent was paid. We demanded the coat with the bullet hole in it, and made an awful howl when the police denied even seeing it. But the jury set it all down as a fake of ours. Mac made a good witness. He told the truth in a straightforward manner. That is, all but Kelly's name. On cross-examination, the district attorney asked one question. Who was the man you said came in just before your arrest? Every drop of blood seemed to leave Mac's face. He started to speak, stopped, looked over at his wife, in whose eyes there was the look of death itself. He hesitated a second, then turned to the jury. I refuse to answer, he said. Thank God it isn't my business to be a copper like that lying perjurer there. He pointed at Dunnigan. I've never betrayed a friend or sent a man to jail yet, and I never will. Mac was convicted anyway, but that refusal settled every doubt. The jury was out just long enough to get dinner at the expense of the county, and then brought in a verdict of guilty and fixed the penalty at life imprisonment. A couple of them objected to hanging. As they took Mac back to jail, Dunnigan passed by him. Just remember, while you're doing another man's time, he whispered, that I said I'd get you, and I did. Mac leapt at him and would have brained him with the handcuffs if the deputy sheriff hadn't overpowered him. The papers the next day called it a desperate murderer's attempt to escape. A half-dozen times the pipe went around the complete circle before another word was spoken. What did the woman do? Asked Cushions at last. There are some things too painful for even hardened crooks like us, and sometimes those same things are also too fine and sacred for a bunch like this to talk over in a place like this. That little woman and her dead hopes and plans for that ranch are among them, answered Blackie slowly. And now, boys, you know why I said what I did about Mitten-a-Half Kelly. Mac is doing all of it, life imprisonment, because he was too right to snitch, even on a skunk. Kelly didn't do a thing for him, not even as much as send dough for his defense. Cushions, my boy, when your turn comes to do time, and it will if you stick by Hop and us, remember Mac, who had principle, and paid for it like a man. What a price, though, when you think of that wife and boy of his. Jimmy the Joke toasted the last pill of hop and handed the pipe to Blackie. Louis pulled back the heavy curtain, let in a ray of bright morning sunshine. They all handled into their overcoats. I'm going, said Blackie. You know the meet for us tonight, 8 o'clock sharp. You three go out one at a time, 5 minutes apart. No bunching up on the street. And Louis, you size up that hawk shop job this afternoon. Press the button for Turkey Neck and his bill. The joint keeper came shuffling in. There's an extra just out, he began with his quavering voice. Another swell job's come off. That Peter mob that had been doing the whole of this rough stuff around town got another one last night. It's the Boston department store this time. Good for them, said Blackie without interest. About that dough to spring Kelly from jail. Let it go, Turkey Neck broke in. The moment you refuse the money. Refuse the money, cried Blackie, turning on the astounded joint keeper like a flash. Refused nothing. I said Mitt Kelly was a low-life skunk who ought to be shot on sight, but I didn't say I wouldn't chip in dough to help him beat the big house. I'd give up my last 5 case note to keep the fleas on a yellow dog from doing time. If you don't get enough, say so tonight, and I'll make up the rest. But tell him from me he has the black curse of a snitch on him now and forever. He'll never have a day's luck while he lives, and he'll die in the gutter, like the cur he is. So long, fellas. The end of The Price of Principle, a Boston Blackie story, by number 6606, from the American Magazine, July 1914.
A Rose for Emily by William Faulkner. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Rose for Emily. When Miss Emily Grierson died, our whole town went to her funeral. The men threw a sort of respectful affection for a fallen monument. The women mostly out of curiosity to see the inside of her house, which no one save an old manservant, a combined gardener and cook, had seen in the last 10 years. It was a big, squarish frame house that had once been white, decorated with cupolas and spires and scrolled balconies in the heavily lightsome style of the 70s, set on what had once been our most select street. But garages and cotton gins had encroached and obliterated even the most august names of that neighborhood. Only Miss Emily's house was left, lifting its stubborn and coquettish decay above the cotton wagons and gasoline pumps, an eyesore among eyesores. And now Miss Emily had gone to join the representatives of those august names, where they lay in the cedar bemused cemetery among the rankled and anonymous graves of Union and Confederate soldiers who fell at the Battle of Jefferson. Alive, Miss Emily had been a tradition, a duty, and a care, a sort of hereditary obligation upon the town, dating from that day in 1891 when Colonel Sartoris, the mayor who fathered the edict that no Negro woman should appear on the streets without an apron, remitted her taxes, the dispensation dating from the death of her father on into perpetuity. Not that Miss Emily would have accepted charity. Colonel Sartoris invented an involved tale to the effect that Emily's father had loaned money to the town, which the town, as a matter of business, preferred this way of repaying. Only a man of Colonel Sartoris' generation and thought could have invented it, and only a woman could have believed it. When the next generation, with its more modern ideas, became mayors and aldermen, this arrangement created some little dissatisfaction. On the first of the year they mailed her a tax notice. February came, and there was no reply. They wrote her a formal letter, asking her to call the sheriff's office at her convenience. A week later, the mayor wrote her himself, offering to call or to send his car for her, and received in reply a note on paper of archaic shape, in a thin, flowing calligraphy and faded ink, to the effect that she no longer went out at all. The tax notice was enclosed without comment. They called a special meeting of the Board of Aldermen. A deputation waited upon her, knocked at the door through which no visitor had passed since she ceased giving china painting lessons 8 or 10 years earlier. They were admitted by the old Negro into a dim hall, which from a staircase mounted into still more shadow. It smelled of dust and disuse, a close, dank smell. The Negro led them into the parlor. It was furnished in heavy, leather-covered furniture. When the Negro opened the blinds of one window, they could see that the leather was cracked, and when they sat down, a faint dust rose sluggishly about their thighs, spinning with slow motes in the single sunray. On a tarnished gilt easel before the fireplace stood a crayon portrait of Miss Emily's father. They rose when she entered, a small, fat woman in black with a thin gold chain descending to her waist and vanishing into her belt, leaning on an ebony cane with a tarnished gold head. Her skeleton was small and spare. Perhaps that is why what would have been merely plumpness in another was obesity in her. She looked bloated, like a body long submerged in motionless water, and of that pallid hue. Her eyes, lost in the fatty ridges of her face, looked like 2 small pieces of coal pressed into a lump of dough as they moved from one face to the other while the visitors stated their errand. She did not ask them to sit. She just stood in the door and listened quietly until the spokesman came to a stumbling halt. Then they could hear the invisible watch ticking at the end of the gold chain. Her voice was dry and cold. "I have no taxes in Jefferson. Colonel Sartoris explained it to me. Perhaps one of you can gain access to the city records and satisfy yourselves." "But we have. We are the city authorities, Miss Emily. Didn't you get notice from the sheriff, signed by him?" "I received a paper." "Yes," Miss Emily said. "Perhaps he considers himself the sheriff. I have no taxes in Jefferson." "But there's nothing on the books to show that, you see. We must go by the see Colonel Sartoris. I have no taxes in Jefferson." "But Miss Emily, see Colonel Sartoris." Colonel Sartoris had been dead almost 10 years. "I have no taxes in Jefferson. Toby," the Negro appeared, "show these gentlemen out." So she vanquished them, horse and foot, just as she had vanquished their fathers 30 years before about the smell. That was 2 years after her father's death, and a short time after her sweetheart, the one we believe would marry her, had deserted her. After her father's death she went out very little. After her sweetheart went away, people hardly saw her at all. A few of the ladies had the temerity to call, but were not received, and the only sign of life about the place was the Negro man, a young man then, going in and out with the market basket. Just as if a man, any man, could keep a kitchen properly, the ladies said, so they were not surprised when the smell developed. It was another link between the gross, teeming world and the high, mighty Griersons. A neighbor, a woman, complained to the mayor, Judge Stevens, 80 years old. "But what will you have me do about it, madam?" he said. "Why, send her word to stop it," the woman said. "Isn't there a law?" "I'm sure that won't be necessary," Judge Stevens said. "It's probably just a snake or rat killed in the yard. I'll speak to the Negro about it." The next day he received 2 more complaints, one from a man who came in diffident deprecation. "We really must do something about it, Judge. I'd be the last one in the world to bother Miss Emily, but we've got to do something." That night the Board of Aldermen met, 3 grey beards and 1 younger man, a member of the rising generation. "It's simple enough," he said. "Send her word to have her place cleaned up. Give her a certain time to do it in, and if she don't—" "Damn it, sir," Judge Stevens said, "will you accuse a lady to her face of smelling bad?" So the next night, after midnight, 4 men crossed Miss Emily's lawn and slunk about the house like burglars, sniffing along the base of the brickwork and at the cellar openings, while one of them performed a regular sewing motion with his hand out of a sack strung from his shoulder. They broke open the cellar door and sprinkled lime there and in all the outbuildings. As they recrossed the lawn, a window that had been dark was lighted, and Miss Emily sat in it, the light behind her, and her upright torso motionless as that of an idol. They crept quietly across the lawn and into the shadow of the locusts that lined the street. After a week or 2, the smell went away. That was when the people had really begun to feel sorry for her. People in our town, remembering how old Lady Wyatt, her great-aunt, had gone completely crazy at last, believed that the Griersons held themselves a little too high for what they really were. None of the young men were quite good enough for Miss Emily and such. We had long thought of it as a tableau. Miss Emily a slender figure in white in the background, her father a spraddled silhouette in the foreground, his back to her and clutching a horsewhip, the 2 of them framed by the back-flung front door. So when she got to be 30 and was still single, we were not pleased exactly, but vindicated. Even with insanity in the family, she wouldn't have turned down all of her chances if they had really materialized. When her father died, it got about that the house was all that was left to her, and in a way people were glad. At last they could pity Miss Emily. Being alone and a pauper, she had become humanized. Now she too would know the old thrill and the old despair of a penny, more or less. The day after his death, all the ladies prepared to call at the house and offer condolences and aid, as is our custom. Miss Emily met them at the door, dressed as usual, and no trace of grief on her face. She told them that her father was not dead. She did that for 3 days, with the ministers calling on her and the doctors, trying to persuade her to let them dispose of the body. Just as they were about to resort to law and force, she broke down, and they buried her father quickly. We did not say she was crazy then. We believed she had to do that. We remembered all the young men her father had driven away, and we knew with nothing left, she would have to cling to that which had robbed her, as people will. She was sick for a long time. When we saw her again, her hair was cut short, making her look like a girl, with a vague resemblance to those angels in colored church windows, sort of tragic and serene. The town had just let the contracts for paving the sidewalks, and in the summer after her father's death they began the work. The construction company came, and mules and machinery, and a foreman named Homer Barron, a Yankee, a big dark ruddy man with a big voice and eyes lighter than his face. The little boys would follow in groups to hear him cuss, and Negroes singing in time to the rise and fall of picks. Pretty soon he knew everybody in the town. Whenever you heard a lot of laughing anywhere about the square, Homer Barron would be in the center of the group. Presently we began to see him and Miss Emily on Sunday afternoons, driving in the yellow-wheeled buggy and the matched team of bays from the livery stable. At first we were glad that Miss Emily would have an interest, because the ladies all said, of course Grierson would not think seriously of a northerner, a day laborer. But there were still others, older people, who said that even grief could not cause a real lady to forget noblesse oblige without calling it noblesse oblige. They just said, poor Emily, her kinsfolk should come to her. She had some kin in Alabama, but years ago her father had fallen out with them over the estate of the old lady Wyatt, the crazy woman, and there was no communication between the two families. They had not even been represented at the funeral. And as soon as the old people said, poor Emily, the whispering began. Do you suppose it's really so? They said to one another. Of course it is. What else could? This behind their hands. Rustling of crane's silk and satin behind jalousies closed upon the sun of Sunday afternoon as the thin, swift clip-clop of the match team passed. Poor Emily! She carried her head high enough, even when we believed that she was fallen. It was as if she demanded more than ever the recognition of her dignity as the last Grierson, as if it had wanted that touch of earthiness to re her imperviousness. Like when she brought the rat poison, the arsenic. That was over a year after they'd begun to say, poor Emily, and while the two female cousins were visiting her. I want some poison, she said to the druggist. She was over 30 then, still a slight woman, though thinner than usual, with cold, haughty black eyes, and a face the flesh of which was strained across the temples and about the eye sockets, as you imagine a lighthouse keeper's face ought to look. I want some poison, she said. Yes, Miss Emily. What kind? For rats and such? I reckon I want the best you have. I don't care what kind. The druggist named several. They'll kill anything up to an elephant, but what you want is arsenic, Miss Emily said. Is that a good one? Is arsenic? Yes, ma'am, but what you want? I want arsenic. The druggist looked down at her. She looked back at him, erect, her face like a strained flag. Why, of course, the druggist said, if that's what you want, but the law requires you tell what you're going to use it for. Miss Emily just stared at him, her head tilted back in order to look him eye for eye, until he looked away and went and got the arsenic and wrapped it up. The Negro delivery boy brought her the package. The druggist didn't come back. When she opened the package at home, there was written on the box under Skull and Bones, "For rats." So the next day we all said, "She will kill herself," and we said it would be the best thing. When she had first begun to be seen with Homer Barron, we had said, "She will marry him." Then we said, "She will persuade him yet," because Homer himself had remarked he liked men, and it was known that he drank with the younger men in the Elks Club, that he was not a marrying man. Later we said, "Poor Emily," behind jalousies, as they passed on Sunday afternoon in the glittering buggy, Miss Emily with her head held high, and Homer Barron with his hat cocked and a cigar in his teeth, reins and whip and a yellow glove. Then some of the ladies began to say that it was a disgrace to the town and a bad example to the young people. The men didn't want to interfere, but alas, the ladies forced the Baptist minister, Miss Emily's people were Episcopal, to call upon her. He would never divulge what happened to her in that interview, but he refused to go back again. The next day they drove again about the streets, and the following day the minister's wife wrote to Miss Emily's relations in Alabama. So she had blood kin under her roof again, and we sat back to watch the developments. At first nothing happened. Then we were sure that they were to be married. We learned that Miss Emily had been to the jeweler's and ordered a man's toilet set in silver with the letters H.B. on each piece. 2 days later we learned she had bought a complete outfit of men's clothing, including a nightshirt, and we said, "They're married." We were really glad. We were glad because the 2 female cousins were even more Grierson than Miss Emily had ever been. So we were surprised when Homer Barron, the streets had been finished some time since, was gone. We were a little disappointed that there was not a public blowing off, but we believed that he had gone on to prepare for Miss Emily's coming, or to give her a chance to get rid of the cousins. By that time it was a cabal, and we were all Miss Emily's allies to help circumvent the cousins. Sure enough, after another week they departed, and as we had expected all along, within 3 days Homer Barron was back in town. A neighbor saw the Negro man admit him at the kitchen door at dusk one evening, and that was the last we saw of Homer Barron and Miss Emily for some time. The Negro man went in and out with the market basket, but the front door remained closed. Now and then we would see her at the window for a moment, as the men did that night when they sprinkled the lime, but for almost 6 months she did not appear on the streets. Then we knew that this was to be expected too, as if that quality of her father which had thwarted her woman's life so many times had been too virulent and too furious to die. When we next saw Miss Emily, she had grown fat, and her hair was turning gray. During the next few years, it grew grayer and grayer until it attained an even pepper and salt iron gray when it ceased turning. Up to the day of her death at 74, it was still that vigorous iron gray, like the hair of an active man. From that time on her front door remained closed, save for a period of 6 or 7 years when she was about 40, during which she gave lessons in china painting. She fitted up a studio in one of the downstairs rooms, where the daughters and granddaughters of Colonel Sartor's contemporaries were sent to her with the same regularity and in the same spirit that they were sent to church on Sundays with the 25-cent piece for the collection plate. Meanwhile, her taxes had been remitted. Then the newer generation became the backbone and the spirit of the town, and the painting pupils grew up and fell away and did not send their children to her with boxes of color and tedious brushes and pictures cut from the ladies' magazines. The front door closed upon the last one and remained closed for good. When the town got free postal delivery, Miss Emily alone refused to let them fasten the metal numbers above her door and attach a mailbox to it. She would not listen to them. Daily, monthly, yearly, we watched the Negro grow grayer and more stooped, going in and out with the market basket. Each December we sent her a tax notice, which would be returned by post office a week later, unclaimed. Now and then we would see her in one of the downstairs windows. She had evidently shut up the top floor of the house, like the carven torso of an idol, looking or not looking at us. We could never tell which. Thus she passed from generation to generation, dear, inescapable, impervious, tranquil, and perverse. And so she died, fell in the house with dust and shadows, with only a doddering Negro man to wait on her. We did not even know she was sick. We had long since given up trying to get any information from the Negro. He talked to no one, probably not even to her, for his voice had grown harsh and rusty, as if from disuse. She died in one of the downstairs rooms, in a heavy walnut bed with a curtain, her gray head propped on a pillow, yellow and mouldy with age and lack of sunlight. The Negro met the first of the ladies at the front door and let them in, with their hushed, sibilant voices and their quick, curious glances, then disappeared. He walked right through the house and out the back, and was not seen again. The two female cousins came at once. They held the funeral on the second day, with the town coming to look at Miss Emily beneath a mass of bought flowers, with the crayon face of her father musing profoundly above the bier, and the ladies sibilant and macabre, and the very old men, some in their brushed Confederate uniforms, on the porch and the lawn, talking of Miss Emily as if she had been a contemporary of theirs, believing that they had danced with her and courted her perhaps, confusing time with its mathematical progression as the old do, to whom all the past is not a diminishing road, but instead a huge meadow which no winter ever quite touches, divided from them now by the narrow bottleneck of the most recent decade of years. Already we knew that there was one room in the region above the stairs which no one had seen in 40 years, and which would have to be forced. They waited until Miss Emily was decently in the ground before they opened it. The violence of breaking down the door seemed to fill this room with pervading dust, a thin, acrid pall, as the tomb seemed to lie everywhere upon this room, decked and furnished as for a bridal, upon the valance curtains of faded rose color, upon the rose-shaded lights, upon the dressing-table, upon the delicate array of crystal and the man's toilet things, backed with tarnished silver, silver so tarnished that the monogram was obscured. Among them lay a collar and tie, as if they had just been removed, which, lifted, left upon the surface a pale crescent in the dust. Upon a chair hung the suit, carefully folded. Beneath it the two mute shoes and discarded socks. The man himself lay in the bed. For a long while we just stood there, looking down at the profound and fleshless grin. The body had apparently once lain in the attitude of an embrace, but now the long sleep that outlasts love, that conquers even the grimace of love, had cuckolded him. What was left of him rotted beneath what was left of the nightshirt, had become inextricable from the bed in which he lay, and upon him and upon the pillows beside him lay that even coating of the patient and biting dust. Then we noticed that in the second pillow was the indentation of a head. One of us lifted something from it, and leaving forward that faint, invisible dust, dry and acrid in the nostrils, we saw a long strand of iron-gray hair.
End of A Rose for Emily.
Telemachus, Friend by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Telemachus, Friend. Returning from a hunting trip, I waited at the little town of Los Pinos in New Mexico for the southbound train, which was 1 hour late. I sat on the porch of the Summit House and discussed the functions of life with Telemachus Hicks, the hotel proprietor. Perceiving that personalities were not out of order, I asked him what species of beast had long ago twisted and mutilated his left ear. Being a hunter, I was concerned in the evils that may befall one in the pursuit of game. "That ear," says Hicks, "is the relic of true friendship." "An accident," I persisted. "No friendship is an accident," said Telemachus, and I was silent. "The only perfect case of true friendship I ever knew," went on my host, "was a cordial intent between a Connecticut man and a monkey. The monkey climbed palms in Barranquilla and threw down coconuts to the man. The man sawed them in two and made dippers, which he sold for 2 reales each and bought rum. The monkey drank the milk of the nuts. Through each being satisfied with his own share of the graft, they lived like brothers. But in the case of human beings, friendship is a transitory art, subject to discontinuance without further notice. I had a friend once of the entitlement of Paisley fish that I imagined was sealed to me for an endless space of time. Side by side for 7 years we had mined, ranched, sold patent churns, herded sheep, took photographs and other things, built wire fences, and picked prunes. Thinks I, neither homicide, nor flattery, nor riches, nor sophistry, nor drink can make trouble between me and Paisley fish. We was friends, an amount you could hardly guess at. We was friends in business, and we let our amicable qualities lap over and season our hours of recreation and folly. We certainly had days of Damon and nights of Pythias. One summer me and Paisley gallops down into these San Andres mountains for the purpose of a month's surcease and levity, dressed in the natural store habiliments of man. We hit this town of Los Pinos, which certainly was a roof-garden spot of the world, and flowing with condensed milk and honey. It had a street or two, and air, and hens, and a eating house, and that was enough for us. We strikes the town after supper time, and we concludes to sample whatever efficacy there is in this eating house down by the railroad tracks. By the time we had set down and pried up our plates with a knife from the red oilcloth, along intrudes Widow Jessup with the hot biscuit and the fried liver. Now, there was a woman that would have tempted an anchovy to forget his vows. She was not so small as she was large, and a kind of welcome air seemed to mitigate her vicinity. The pink of her face was the in hoc signo of a culinary temper and a warm disposition, and her smile would have brought out the dogwood blossoms in December. Widow Jessup talks to us a lot of garrulousness about the climate and history and Tennyson and prunes and the scarcity of mutton, and finally wants to know where we came from. "Spring Valley," says I. "Big Spring Valley," chips in Paisley, out of a lot of potatoes and knucklebone of ham in his mouth. That was the first sign I noticed that the old Fidest Diogenes business between me and Paisley Fish was ended forever. He knew how I hated a talkative person, and yet he stampedes into the conversation with his amendments and addendums of syntax. On the map it was Big Spring Valley, but I had heard Paisley himself call it Spring Valley 1,000 times. Without saying any more, we went out after supper and sat on the railroad track. We had been partners too long not to know what was going on in each other's mind. "I reckon you understand," says Paisley, "that I've made up my mind to accrue that widow woman as part and parcel in and to my hereditaments forever, both domestic, sociable, legal, and otherwise, until death us do part." "Why, yes," says I read it between the lines, though you only spoke one. "And I suppose you are aware," says I, "that I have a movement on foot that leads up to the widow's changing her name to Hicks, and leaves you writing to the society column to inquire whether the best man wears a japonica or seamless socks at the wedding." "There'll be some hiatuses in your program," says Paisley, chewing up a piece of a railroad tie. "I'd give in to you," says he, "in most any respect if it was secular affairs, but this is not so. The smiles of woman," goes on Paisley, "is the whirlpool of squills and kilobeats, into which vortex the good ship friendship is often drawn and dismembered. I'd assault a bear that was annoying you, says Paisley, or I'd endorse your note, or rub the place between your shoulder blades with opodeldoc, the same as ever. But there my sense of etiquette ceases. In this fracas with Mrs. Jessup we play it alone. I have notified you fair. And then I collaborates with myself, and offers the following resolutions and bylaws. Friendship between man and man, says I, is an ancient historical virtue, enacted in the days when men had to protect each other against lizards with 80-foot tails and flying turtles. And they've kept up the habit to this day, and stand by each other till the bellboy comes up and tells them the animals are not really there. I've often heard, I says, about ladies stepping in and breaking up a friendship between men. Why should that be? I'll tell you, Paisley. The first sight and hot biscuit of Mrs. Jessup appears to have inserted the oscillation into each of our bosoms. Let the best man of us have her. I'll play you a square game and won't do you any underhanded work. I'll do all of my courting of her in your presence, so you will have an equal opportunity. With that arrangement, I don't see why our steamboat of friendship should fall overboard in the medicinal whirlpools you speak of, whichever of us wins out. Good old hoss, says Paisley, shaking my hand, and I'll do the same, says he. We'll court the lady synonymously, and without any of the prudery and bloodshed usual to such occasions, and we'll be friends still, win or lose. At one side of Mrs. Jessup's eating house was a bench under some trees where she used to sit in the breeze after the southbound had been fed and gone. And there me and Paisley used to congregate after supper and make partial payments on our respects to the lady of our choice. And we was so honorable and circuitous in our calls that if one of us got there first, we waited for the other before beginning any gallivantery. The first evening that Mrs. Jessup knew about our arrangement, I got to the bench before Paisley did. Supper was just over, and Mrs. Jessup was out there with a fresh pink dress on, and almost cool enough to handle. I sat down by her and made a few specifications about the moral surface of nature as set forth by the landscape and the contiguous perspective. That evening was surely a case in point. The moon was attending to business in the section of sky where it belonged, and the trees was making shadows on the ground according to science and nature, and there was a kind of conspicuous hullabaloo going on in the bushes between the bullbats and the orioles and the jackrabbits and other feathered insects of the forest. And the wind out of the mountains was singing like a Jew's harp in the pile of old tomato cans by the railroad track. I felt a kind of sensation in my left side, something like dough rising in a crock by the fire. Mrs. Jessup had moved up closer. "Oh, Mr. Hicks," says she, "when one is alone in the world, don't they feel it more aggravated on a beautiful night like this?" I rose up off the bench at once. "Excuse me, ma'am," says I, "but I'll have to wait till Paisley comes before I can give an audible hearing to leading questions like that." And then I explained to her how we was friends, cinctured by years of embarrassment and travel and complicity, and how we had agreed to take no advantage of each other in any of the more mushy walks of life, such as might be fomented by sentiment and proximity. Mrs. Jessup appears to think serious about the matter for a minute, and then she breaks into a species of laughter that makes the wildwood resound. In a few minutes Paisley drops around with oil of bergamot on his hair and sits on the other side of Mrs. Jessup and inaugurates a sad tale of adventure in which him and Pie-Face Lumley has a skinning match of dead cows in '95 for a silver-mounted saddle in the Santa Rita Valley during the 9 months' drought. Now, from the start of that courtship, I had Paisley Fish hobbled and tied to a post. Each one of us had a different system of reaching out for the easy places in the female heart. Paisley's scheme was to petrify him with wonderful relations of events that he had either come across personally or in large print. I think he must have got his idea of subjugation from one of Shakespeare's shows I see once, called Othello. There is a colored man in it who acquires a duke's daughter by dispersing to her a mixture of the talk turned out by Rider Haggard, Lou Dockstetter, and Dr. Parkhurst. But that style of courting don't work well off the stage. Now, I give you my own recipe for inveigling a woman into that state of affairs when she can be referred to as Nay Jones. Learn how to pick up her hand and hold it, and she's yours. It ain't so easy. Some men grab at it so much like they was going to set a dislocation of the shoulder that you can smell the arnica and hear 'em tearing off bandages. Some take it up like a hot horseshoe and hold it off at arm's length like a druggist pouring tincture of asafoetida in a bottle. And most of 'em catch hold of it and drag it right out before the lady's eyes like a boy finding a baseball in the grass, without giving her a chance to forget that the hand is growing on the end of her arm. Them ways are all wrong. I'll tell you the right way. Did you ever see a man sneak out in the backyard and pick up a rock to throw at a tomcat that was sitting on a fence looking at him? He pretends he hasn't got a thing in his hand, and that the cat don't see him, and that he don't see the cat. That's the idea. Never drag her hand out where she'll have to take notice of it. Don't let her know that you think she knows you have the least idea she is aware you are holding her hand. That was my rule of tactics, and as far as Paisley's serenade about hostilities and misadventure went, he might as well have been reading to her a timetable of the Sunday trains that stop at Ocean Grove, New Jersey. One night, when I beat Paisley to the bench by one pipeful, my friendship gets subsidized for a minute, and I asks Mrs. Jessup if she didn't think a H was easier to write than a J. In a second, her head was mashing the oleander flowery in my buttonhole, and I leaned over but I didn't. "If you don't mind," says I, standing up, "we'll wait for Paisley to come before finishing this. I've never done anything dishonorable yet to our friendship, and this won't be quite fair." "Mr. Hicks," says Mrs. Jessup, looking at me peculiar in the dark, "if it wasn't for but one thing, I'd ask you to hike yourself down the gulch and never disresume your visits to my house." "And what is that, ma'am?" I asks. "You are too good a friend not to make a good husband," says she. In 5 minutes, Paisley was on his side of Mrs. Jessup. "In Silver City, in the summer of '98, he begins, I see Jim Bartholomew chew off a Chinaman's ear in the Blue Light Saloon on account of a cross-barred muslin shirt that... What was that noise?" I had resumed matters again with Mrs. Jessup right where we had left off. "Mrs. Jessup," says I, "has promised to make it Hicks, and this is another of the same sort." Paisley winds his feet round the leg of the bench and kind of groans. "Lem," says he, "we've been friends for 7 years. Would you mind not kissing Mrs. Jessup quite so loud? I'd do the same for you." "All right," says I. "The other kind will do as well." "This Chinaman," goes on Paisley, "was the one that shot a man named Mullins in the spring of '97, and that was—" Paisley interrupted himself again. "Lem," says he, "if you was a true friend, you wouldn't hug Mrs. Jessup quite so hard. I felt the bench shake all over just then. You know you told me you would give me an even chance as long as there was any." "Mr. Man," says Mrs. Jessup, turning around to Paisley, "if you was to drop in to the celebration of mine and Mr. Hicks's silver wedding 25 years from now, do you think you could get it into that Hubbard squash you call your head that you are nix cum roos in this business? I've put up with you a long time because you was Mr. Hicks's friend, but it seems to me it's time for you to wear the willow and trot off down the hill." "Mrs. Jessup," says I, without losing my grasp on the situation as fiancé, "Mr. Paisley is my friend, and I offered him a square deal and a equal opportunity as long as there was a chance." "A chance?" says she. "Well, he may think he has a chance, but I hope he won't think he's got a cinch after what he's been next to all the evening." Well, a month afterwards, me and Mrs. Jessup was married in the Los Pinos Methodist Church, and the whole town closed up to see the performance. When we lined up in front, and the preacher was beginning to sing out his rituals and observances, I looks around, and Mrs. Paisley. I calls time on the preacher. "Paisley ain't here," says I. "We've got to wait for Paisley. A friend once, a friend always. That's Telemachus Hicks," says I. Mrs. Jessup's eyes snapped some, but the preacher holds up the incantations according to instructions. In a few minutes Paisley gallops up the aisle, putting on a cuff as he comes. He explains that the only dry goods store in town was closed for the wedding, and he couldn't get the kind of a boiled shirt that his taste called for until he had broke open the back window of the store and helped himself. Then he ranges up on the other side of the bride, and the wedding goes on. I always imagined that Paisley calculated as a last chance that the preacher might marry him to the widow by mistake. After the proceedings was over, we had tea and jerked antelope and canned apricots, and then the populace hiked itself away. Last of all, Paisley shook me by the hand and told me I'd acted square and on the level with him, and he was proud to call me a friend. The preacher had a small house on the side of the street that he'd fixed up to rent, and he allowed me and Mrs. Hicks to occupy it till the 10:40 train the next morning, when we was going on a bridal tour to El Paso. His wife had decorated it all up with hollyhocks and poison ivy, and it looked real festal and bowery. About 10 o'clock that night I sits down in the front door and pulls off my boots a while in the cool breeze, while Mrs. Hicks was fixing around in the room. Right soon the light went out inside, and I sat there a while, reverberating over old times and scenes, and then I heard Mrs. Hicks call out, "Ain't you coming in soon, Lem?" Well, says I, kind of rousing up. Darn me if I wasn't waiting for old Paisley to... But when I got that far, concluded Telemachus Hicks, I thought somebody had shot this left ear of mine off with a .45, but it turned out to be only a lick from a broom handle in the hands of Mrs. Hicks. End of Telemachus' Friend by O. Henry. Read by J.S. Whitman. Moving target jsw.blogspot.com. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Telltale Heart. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight. With what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously. Oh, so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye, and this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he has passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back. But no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a little, a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple, dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones, but I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the sense? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder, louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat, and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God! What could I do? I foamed. I raved. I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no. No, they heard. They suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark! Louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked. Dissemble no more, I admit the deed. Tear up the planks, here, here! It is the beating of his hideous heart. End of the Telltale Heart.
The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were two prisoners at the bar who endeavored to plead for themselves with tact and wisdom. One concealed certain facts prejudicial to his cause, upon which the judge said, "If you had confessed the truth, it would have biased me in your favor. As it is, I condemn you to punishment." The other stated his case with absolute truth and sincerity, concealing nothing, and the result was that he was condemned for his misdemeanors. Morals. This fable teaches that honesty is the best policy, and that the truth should not be spoken at all times. The Two Prisoners by Carolyn Wells. The Result of a Wager by Anonymous. From Popular Magazine, December 7th, 1920. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Result of a Wager by Anonymous. David Carruthers and Bryden Sloan, two real estate agents from New Orleans, were in a smoking car on their way to New York recently, when Sloan saw, several seats from them, a man whom he took to be Josephus Daniels, Secretary of the Navy. Carruthers thought he was mistaken, and in the ensuing argument about it, they made a wager. Sloane, of course, betting that he was correct. To settle the matter, Sloane approached the supposed Daniels and, explaining that he had made a wager on his identity, asked him who he was. The stranger, who appeared as amiable and obliging as a large hog with cholera, gave Sloane a withering look, and after an embarrassing pause retorted, "Young man, in making a wager, always bet that you're a fool, and you'll never lose." With that rebuff, Sloane went back to his seat. "Well," queried Carruthers, "who is he?" "I don't know," Sloane replied solemnly, "but he knows who I am." The end of The Result of a Wager by Anonymous.